joining you, myself and Clark King. It's Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, and Clark King will be taking you through the next couple of hours as we get into the breakfast show, so to speak, here this morning. Breakfast team is Clark King and myself. You can see Clarky down the bottom there. Good morning, Clark.
Good morning, good morning. It's great to be here for another stint. I think the breakfast show is a good way to put it. I mean, there was a lot of action throughout the night. There was spins, there was crashes, there was disconnects, and now we're in the morning. And us South Africans know it's incredibly cold in the morning, so I'm pretty sure everyone is waking up to a hot beverage like hot chocolate or tea or coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. There's a cup of coffee here, buddy. And also, more importantly than anything else this morning, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there, all the moms that are supporting our 24-hour, and of course all the moms that support motorsport, or just moms in general. A massive happy Mother's Day from all of us here at Pure Storage 24-hour. We hope you can enjoy the day with us in the next 6 hours or so of racing, as we're now back at Kyalami, as you can see. Speaking of cool conditions, yes, conditions have definitely come down in terms of ambient temperature and track temperature, as you'll see on the graphic above your screen. But in terms of the race, Clark, the heated action has been pretty intense overnight.
Yeah, I mean, I think during the night stint, you're just trying to keep consistent and keep your car on the track, because if you spin around, I know Kyalami's not the darkest of tracks, there is worse, like for example Bathurst, but it's still super scary to see headlights just pop out in front of you, and you really don't want to hit that car, especially if you're in the top three.
Well, I can tell you something. I watched a couple of sessions. I jumped in last night with Jesse and Mike from about 10 o'clock till about 11:30. And there were a few occasions where this car that we're watching right now, the lead car, had some very, very close calls. Literally coming up on incidents that had happened just in front of them, just able to avoid incidents that were basically happening in front of them as well. They've had a very lucky run the front end, and of course not so lucky for our initial leader, the GTWR team, who unfortunately had a technical issue and had to pull out. They couldn't get back onto the servers and weren't able to rejoin the race at all. So our initial leader has been out for about 12 and a half hours, I would say, after a bit of a technical issue. And speaking of technical issues, there's been a couple of teams that have really battled with their ability to link in and their ability to keep going through the entire night. Even the Sidemax team that leads out at the moment, of course, this car that we're watching, the 96 Audi, who have led now for a long period of time, and of course moved up to about a 3-lap lead in the race. They've also had some difficulties, two of their drivers having to pull out, one with a technical problem and one with a personal problem. So they've literally got two drivers to take them through. Michael at the wheel at the moment, and opportunities here that could go either way. You never know what can happen in a race like this. And of course, the race of attrition is now starting to be part and parcel. We're going to talk about that probably for the next 6 hours. We started with 47 cars, Clarky, and we're down to 37. We've lost 10 cars in total.
Yes, and it's horrible to see that the number 96, obviously having those problems during the race, to only have two men ready at the wheel. And you never want to have a two-man team, because the driver fatigue is going to come into play, and that's something you never want.
This battle they were concentrating on for a while as well. Great to see it still continuing out there. The Porsche versus the Lamborghini. Great little battle that's starting to rage here between Chris Heineke, South African man, of course, part and parcel of Leslie Oliphant's team. He's had a bit of a fight on here with Edwards the entire time. I heard our American counterparts there gesticulating as to whether it was Tom or Ted that's in the Lamborghini ahead there as well. So we'll go with Tom or Ted. I'm not quite sure which one to go with because they're not here anymore. But it doesn't matter. We'll just keep it as his surname Edwards, having a good run and a nice little fight on between these two, as we saw for a couple of laps while I was jumping in to catch up as to what had happened overnight, and got a nice review there from our good friend Jesse Lee. Further back in the field, of course, Derek Peters still going really well too in his Bentley. Great to see the little fights that have happened, and incredible, Deploy still involved in this fight in the BMW. I didn't think we'd see the BMW all the way through to this, but a big surprise there for me to see the BMW still piloted and still out on track.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not really the best car to drive around Kyalami. The Bentleys and the Audis are arguably, as well as the Porsches, are arguably the best cars to take around Kyalami. But it's incredible to see he's still in the race, and to be in the top 20 is awesome. As he's going to be going on the outside, Derek Peters. He can't find the way through the triple apex of Luke. Now going down the hill, it's going to be a little bit of a drag race going down through turn 12 of Mineshaft. Let's see if he's going to try and pull up to the inside to do an overtake at the Crocodiles. He seems too far back, and I think Derek Peters is going to need to wait another lap. Oh no, he's going to probably have a look here. No, I don't think he will try a move. He's going to go into Cheetah, not really a place he would want to do a move. It's an anti-cut corner. I think Derek Peters will need to wait on the straight.
Well, I'm just looking at some of the penalties being incurred just behind those guys as well. The Porsche originally given a drive-through penalty, and then it was changed to a 5-second penalty. So it looks like Heineken might have to come in for that 5-second penalty on the next pit stop that they attempt to do. And of course, there's been a long period of time. Oh, big move there from Peters. Nice dive on the inside. Nice little battle here, actually.
And he gets the move. That was a great
versus
overtake.
BMW. Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah.
Being up to 20th place. I think what you're going to see here, Clark, for the next sort of 6 hours or so, is guys that are going to fight for the highest position they can possibly attain. And getting into the top 20 from 47 cars is a really valiant effort from a team. Getting into the top 10 is also some of the battles we'll keep an eye out on, because there's a couple of cars that are relatively close to each other up there. And of course, if you're in the top, 37, you still want to get into the top 30. So those are the kind of fights we're going to see, and kind of things we're going to see for the next 6 hours or so of racing. And of course, you'll be with me for the next 2 hours. We've got a small break, and then I'm going to join the other team, the European team, to take us to the end of the day's racing. And it's fantastic to see that we've still got some guys joining us so early in the morning. Big welcome there to Rainier Williams and to Khalib Tais, who've joined us on the Facebook feed. You can see you guys have joined us on part 3 of the action. Unfortunately, with Facebook, we only get 8 hours dedicated to live streaming, and then you've got to reboot. But we should be able to get you all the way to the finish line now without any breaks in that proceedings. And everybody who's joined us on YouTube and have stuck with us on YouTube throughout the night, we do appreciate the support here from Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour.
I was just thinking, actually, just imagine on your LinkedIn portfolio racing the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour, and say like you finished top 10. It's a massive accolade, it really is.
Can you imagine that? That would be really cool. And, the one cool thing about it is that you guys will go, what, you raced in a 24-hour Kyalami? I've never known about that. Yes. Well, it wasn't on the actual circuit. Actually, when I drove out yesterday afternoon, when we'd finished up our stint, I had to go and collect some stuff for my wife to say, hey, Happy Mother's Day this morning. And I actually drove past the circuit. I actually wanted to go across there to do a live on the drive and say, listen, I'm at Kyalami. The 24-hour is on, and there's not a car in sight.
That's very good. Mamid, we're on the screen right now. The All-In Racing Bentley number 88. He is starting to close up on the other Bentley of Baumann to try and cement a 9th place. But looking at the top 5 looks certainly cemented. There's 2 laps, 3 laps, maybe 4 laps between the top 5. But Santorino, he's about, 20 seconds behind Keeble, so action is not totally over yet in the top 5.
Yeah, I think another car to watch out for us. I heard Jesse and Mike chatting about it. Daniel Rowe in the Bentley. Oh, a little spinner there. I think that was Peters. Derek Peters getting out of shape, I think, just in the background. But Daniel Rowe in the Bentley there in 7th place. I know he's 7 laps down on Santorino, but he's made serious progression with his team throughout the night, and they've come up from where they were originally sitting in the 30s. They're up into the top 10. So continued progress and continued consistency may see them even get up into the top 5. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this race is not entirely over yet. I mean, the hardest part of this race is arguably the final hour. Like, you're just hoping, praying and hoping that you can stay consistent, because driver fatigue is coming to play. The American commentators did say that consistency may start to drop in their lap times may go down to the mid 42s, maybe low 43s. So you need to keep that car on the track, keep it consistent, and you may just get somewhere. Mohammed, right on the tail end of that Bentley, he is incredibly close to him in the final sector at Kyalami. I think it's the lowest point on the Kyalami circuit. Now going downhill now, a little bit of an uphill race through Cheetah, turn 15. I don't think he has to wait just a little bit more to get that place finished, done and dusted.
Yeah, looking for the single digits there for 9th place, so he's certainly pushing hard to get through on Bowman. Bowman hanging on for now, but only just. That's how pretty close that little battle is. It's half a second in it. And this is where the battle is for these two Bentleys in the Kyalami 24-hour here. Late on the brakes into Crowthorne, trying to close that gap down again. Bowman matches him on the brakes, doesn't allow him any opportunity to get through. Certainly applying the pressure a lot more, realizing that if he can get through, maybe he can open up a bit of a margin. We spoke about the effect that at this stage of the race, there's definitely going to be some kind of fatigue amongst the drivers in those teams. They're going to realize that they've been racing for 18 hours and have been out on circuit for a long period of time, and having to try and sort of get it to the finish line now is the concentration point. And of course, having been involved in a couple of 24 hours myself, getting up at sort of 5 o'clock after a little rest and getting back onto the bike or getting back in the car at that point in time, you've got to reset, you've got to refocus, you've got to try and get your concentration levels back up again. Not always easy to do. And these kind of things can happen as well. As you get back into the thick of it, all of a sudden, you find yourself in a side-by-side battle, just like we're seeing up at Leeuwkop here. Absolutely brilliant stuff here. All-in racing, going at it. And Mohammed looking for a way through on Bauman. Bauman matching him at almost every turn and every breaking point.
Yeah, I love, as we talked about it earlier, the first 4 hours, I was going on about how the number 367 is probably my favorite car out on the track who I'm supporting. And guess what? They're in 3rd place, so I am incredibly happy. I should have put money on it, to be honest.
You should have put some money on it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the pit lane at the moment for a scheduled stop. So once they're into that scheduled stop window, of course, this is all part and parcel of their plan. Nothing to be concerned about, just a little bit of a refuel, probably a driver change possibly. We'll see if Sebastian Kranau comes back out again. But Malek Mahmoud putting the pressure onto the back end here of Bauman, and Bauman soaking it up with no issues. But the problem that they are going to find is slowly but surely they're being caught by the Porsche trying to make up some ground there. So we may see a bit of a change up there if that Porsche gets into the mix between those two Bentleys.
Yeah, that would be incredible. And also, people think that, you know what, their drivers are 3 laps apart. I think they could get some fresh air. It's not, you're constantly racing, you're constantly under pressure from back blockers are just hoping and praying that they don't spin right in front of you and you T-bone and you damage your car. So, as I said earlier, it's basically just continuous rush hour traffic throughout the day.
And it's going to be traffic basically till the end as well. Literally, I think, that was very late. And there's a touch. Oh, a little tag between the two Bentleys. That was very late, I thought, there from Mohammed. I think the frustration got to him. He was trying, and eventually had to sort of force his way through. Let's have a quick replay as they get to the top of Leeuwkop. As you can see, they come up to the top of Leeuwkop. He's late on the brakes. He's got the inside line, and he's not at the B pillar. So that will be deemed as probably not a fair move. And if he doesn't give the position back, possibly going to get a small penalty there from the stewards. Let's have a look and see if that actually is the case. But he has made the move stick and he's got through. Whether or not he's going to be given a second penalty or a couple of seconds penalties for the move, being a little bit ambitious as opposed to fair and square. Listen, it's still keeping us in with a great bit of fighting here between these two Bentleys. And as I said, here comes the Porsche. The Porsches might just throw a little thorn amongst the roses here in Bentley Motorsports plans.
And also second place has just dived into the pit lane, I think. Maybe going out soon. And also FaZe from BBR Racing, a 666, is also into the pits. Let's see what kind of plan they have.
Yeah, coming in just for that scheduled stop, I would say, at this point in time. Getting into a couple of the guys that will be jumping into the pit lane. Here we go to Benjamin Bauman again now. He's now the follower as opposed to the leader in this battle. But right on his tail comes Heineke in the Porsche. So Chris Heineke looking to lap things up here and possibly capitalize on maybe a little shaken man there, Benjamin Bowman, for 88 Pro Esports.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little bit worried for overtakes at Lukup now, because obviously that little squeeze, not really a squeeze, but he just forced him a little bit off, had a little bit of a tangle, and now he's starting to drop back away from Ahmed. Look at him, he's 1.4 seconds behind, with pressure behind Heineke, about to unlap himself.
I'm going to take a lap back on these two Bentleys if he can, and you can see the Porsche is a lot quicker. He's definitely applying the pressure now to get through. And if, Bowman, I think, would be in the right frame of mind to allow that Porsche through and possibly use the Porsche to bring him back into the battle with the Bentley just ahead there of Mohamed. So Mohamed into the top 9, into single digits, and looks like I see a little bit of a maneuver there from the top 10 cars as well. Further back in the field, though, Daryl Mulder still continues to fight here with the BMW. A little fight out there between Sunarin and Mulder, and of course Nordia just behind that too. So a three-way battle that we're watching at the moment, coming down towards Crowthorne, coming up on some more back markers.
Oh, this is going to be incredible. Mulder just going to try and sneak past the BMW. We were talking about the BMW earlier being in that top 20. I think they may have had a driver change. They've dropped down to 22nd. Being put under pressure from the Aston Martin, looking for a move at Sunset. He does, not Aston Martin, Bentley, sorry. Tried to have a look at down at Sunset, but he doesn't seem to want to do the move there. Clubhouse as well, he had room, but I think he wanted to jump on the anchors a little bit later to try and make that move. Now through turns 8 and 9, the S's. Mulder's not only got pressure from in front, trying to get past, but he's also got pressure behind from the number, I think that is 51, if I'm not mistaken. One of the Bentley cars I know. He's going to try and go around the outside. That Bentley trying to stick on the inside. So 367, sorry. So that is the car that I'm supporting. Trying to get past him. He does get past him. Now blue flag's being waved for the BMW. Mulder doesn't seem to be happy because he's flickering his lights a lot there. He's tried to get past Sir Noreen, but you don't want to be in that situation where there's a race for position and you're coming across those back markers, because there's a much riskier chance for a crash. And Mulder tried to have a look.
Mulder's trying to come back at a lead car. I don't think he realizes it's one of the lead cars that he's fighting with, and he's not really involved in that little battle. He should just let the 367 car through and let them get on their merry way and resume the battle with the BMW. BMW, I think, is going on the defensive to try and keep him out, but not also realizing that Bentley is probably a bit better. There's a big move, and it forces the BMW wide. There you go. Exactly what I thought might happen is a possibility that Mulder might be able to capitalize on a move if the Bentley went ahead of the BMW, and he's done that. He's retaken that BMW and taken the lead back between the two of them. And the fight now for 22nd and 23rd place continues down the back straight. But it's the BMW looking to come back at the Bentley. And a big move on the inside. Oh, what a touch. That was inevitable, I think, as they went into Sunset Corner. He comes out there. He'll get going again. But let's have a quick look at that again. They come out of Yuxke and Barbecue down that back straightaway. You can see the BMW is pretty late on the brakes into Sunset, but there's not really any room there. No, the BM was at fault there big time. The line was already cut off by the Bentley, and I think Mr. Mulder could be in a bit of trouble there after that maneuver, diving on the inside of the Bentley. Of the BMW. The BMW could be in a bit of trouble there. So I think Sunaranan could be in a little bit of trouble there with the stewards.
He may just be. He had his car placed perfectly, and he just closed them off. Nothing both of them could really do. I mean, he was in his blind spot, I assume, because he didn't really see him. You can see but it was like his bumper was right. His front bumper of the BMW was right by the rear bumper of the Bentley.
Yeah, and unfortunately not far enough up the inside to make that move stick and to be deemed as probably a legal move. So we'll wait and see what the stewards have to say about that. Here with Santorino up in 6th place at the moment, the 11 car, and doing a superb job to just circulate in that top 6 all the time. He's a long way down on Keeble in the 5th place, so 4 laps to make up on that machine. Probably going to be a tough ask at this point in time, but you never know. There's still a long way to go, and 5.5 hours of racing. There is still a possibility that you could make up those 5 laps if the other car has some issues of some nature. And we've seen overnight how many cars have had issues. We've lost 10 cars completely. We've lost a couple of drivers in each of the teams that were involved at various levels. So we'll keep an eye out and see whether or not there's going to be any changes here. But Centurino just keeping it smooth and steady at the moment, and consistency will get you to the end.
It really will do. I think that's a massive thing that's gonna come and play in the fun 5 hours. Just keep your car on the track. Don't drop your car on the grass too much, because if you do, you may just lose a little bit of grip. It's not, and I think it's the preferred position. You want to stick your car on the grass at every curb, especially around the corners of like Cheetah and Barbecue.
I just try and stay away from those big curbs that could be hurtful to the car, hurtful to position that you're in. You can see Bauman coming into pit lane now. Whether or not he's going to be involved in any of the incidents or given any penalties right at this stage doesn't look like it. And look at that. It's really nice to see the way that the graphics in this Assetto Corsa Competizione that we're using allow for what we see in a normal 24-hour event. We weren't seeing it too much in the first 6 hours or even the first 12 hours, but you can see battle scars and, of course, race wear and tear are now quite visible on those cars as they're circulating, as well as when they come into pit lane. And it's very similar to what you'd sort of see at the end of the 24 hours at Le Mans or at Bathurst or any of the big races that 24-hour races happen at. The wear and tear and track grime and grit is now all over those cars. So I was having a look earlier on at the Porsche. Sometimes when you see these cars, they look like they're still in pristine condition. But of course, as we get into the thick of it here, watching Gareth Hawkins in the Hawksey racing team come flying down into Sunset, it's quite nice to see that the graphics have now allowed for that grit and grime to be shown all over the cars as well.
Yeah, it's incredible how realistic video games have gotten. I mean, it started off as like 8-bit cars just racing around I guess you could say like just a random street, and now look, you can just see the small little scratches and dirt that is just being picked up on the car. It's incredibly realistic. It's really cool to see how graphics and technology has advanced.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is. I love the fact that we're looking at race cars and a race circuit that we both know so well, and it's almost exactly the same as being there in real life. So the whole graphic package and, of course, the ability of the broadcast aspect of this game is also incredible. For our director and producer at the moment, Nick, to have the ability to go to all the camera options that are available to him, it just puts the whole production into another level.
Yeah, it really does. It's incredible to see the producers constantly here helping us get this race done, as well as the stewards. They've been working incredibly hard throughout the day and night. So a big kudos to them.
Yeah, shout out for sure. It looks like Kevin Chartier has now taken over your car, buddy. New driver in the Bentley, looking for an opportunity to maybe just get into the rhythm as quickly as possible, but also, by the sounds of things, the 32 car getting a little drive-through penalty there. We'll find out what that was for, and maybe, Clark, you can check on that. Heineke's still got to come in to take that 5-second penalty that he's been given for the Porsche and the 101 team. Had a really tough time of it. They were up in the top 10. There he is right there, the man we're speaking about. And the way things have gone there, of course, is they've had a couple of technical issues. They were out for a long period of time, which dropped them right to the back of the field. They were sitting in 46th place at some point, and having driven all the way through the night and kept as consistent as possible and trying to stay out of the technical gremlins that can cause issues for teams like this. They're now up to the 21st place and looking for a chance to get into that top 20. I'm sure they'll probably be hunting for a top 15 if I know Leslie Oliphant and the rest of the boys behind this team.
Yeah, it's the PSWR team or PWSR, sorry, team is they really show that no matter what happens, you can still come back from it. I mean, they've been doing incredibly well. They had that, we thought it was a retirement for them, but they came back, and look where they are now. They are placed in 21st place. They've done incredibly well. They've worked extremely hard throughout the night, I'm very sure.
And having to work for another 5.5 hours still. So the work is not done just yet. They've lost a little bit of ground there to Edwards in the Lamborghini, so we're trying to make that ground up. You can see him pushing hard there. 4 seconds adrift into the top 20 possibilities are still there with a 4-second gap to make up. Van Zyl up the road, a couple of big maneuvers there coming out of Van Zyl up the road from them. And then, of course, the Aston Martin of Buck, he was involved in a couple of incidents last night. One of them actually nearly taking out the leader. So still Sean Buck piloting there in 18th place. So good to see as we go back to the front end. Oh, was that a close call there for our leader coming up? I think that's on Daniel Rowe's car. Yeah, I think that could possibly be the South African flag liveried Bentley, and that I think is what Daniel Rowe is piloting at the moment. Lead car putting another lap into them and getting through and getting the job done. I can tell you, Michael has had an incredible run at the front end, but of course he's got to try and do as much of the driving shared with the lone pilot and teammate of the 4 that started. So it's I think Killian Ryan Eden is going to have a little bit of work to do in a couple of minutes' time, because they're going to have to share this next 5.5 hours to get them to the finish line and see if they can do the unthinkable and make it 3 24-hour victories in a row for this team.
I think this may just be the most special one, because they only have 2 drivers now, and it's incredible to see how hard they are working. They are working so hard. They're 3 laps ahead. They've got a little bit of breathing room, but they don't have too much, because they've obviously still got to get past all 36 other cars. So yeah, that's that. Hopefully nothing bad happens to them, because it would be incredibly emotional for the team if they do mess up.
Dwayne Hall coming in for a pit stop as well, and making his way down into the pit box to get himself sorted out. And I feel that's just a scheduled stop that he's come in for. He comes through, and of course sitting in 14th place in that Bentley now in the pits. 3rd place Bentley back on track. Kevin Chartier doing an incredible job just circulating and getting through the traffic that is out there, trying to maintain an opportunity to stay in that 3rd place ahead of Lewis in the 100 car. And of course the 100 car is one we should be shouting for, because it's an all South African team sitting in the top 4 in the Audi. So incredible job so far there for these guys as they come down towards Crowthorne Corner. They have really done a superb job to maintain just consistency throughout. Great to see some nice little driving there from our back markers, getting out of the way, realizing that the quicker cars are starting to come through, and will be coming through all the time, and staying out of harm's way. Don't want to be involved in any incidents that could possibly bring the stewards into call. So you can see a couple of guys that are aware of the fact that they're out there, and they're out there to survive and enjoy the first ever 24-hour in South Africa on an e-sport or sim racing level. And of course they're just probably proud to just be part of the very first one. It's an incredible achievement to have got this far, even if this is where you're going to get up to, by the end of the day.
Yeah, and also the 21 car, or the 21st place car, P21 Heineken, 2.4 seconds behind Edwards. So I think he's starting to try and claw back in the gap. I would really like to see a battle from those two very soon, because I mean, when we just jumped into the box, we had action straight from the beginning of the race and the beginning of our second stint here. I just hope he catches up, because I love to see a battle in the final 6 hours of an endurance race.
It would be really cool to see, particularly with the South African aspect of those two teams. So heading up to the top of the hill there, you can see that there is a move here from the Porsche. Heineken is definitely looking to close that down. It's 3.2 seconds. It was 4 seconds. So he's ticking away slowly but surely at the Lamborghini's lead, and looking for an opportunity, if he can, to just get that gap bridged. And once he's there, you'll probably have a little bit of a fight there between Porsche and Lamborghini for what is now 20th place. It's the battle for the top 20. They want to just be in that top 20. I think that's what their sort of short-term goal is. But I think their long-term goal will probably be to try and get into the top 15 if that's possible. Also got to see Kevin Taddy out there again in the Audi, doing a superb job. A bit of a driver change on that car as well. So we're seeing a couple of driver changes here into the breakfast session. And with 5.5 hours or 5 hours and 25 minutes still to go, it's still a huge amount of racing to be done. We're looking at a possibility of well over 800 laps completed by the time we finish this one up, and probably going to be close to the 900 mark, I would say, in terms of laps completed, because having a chat to the American guys last night, they were saying in the 224 hours that they've done here at Kyalami with a very high rain rate, I think there was about 2 hours of rain that they were able to complete 816 laps with rain. We've not had any rain. It doesn't look like we're going to have any rain at all either. So it's going to be, optimum track conditions that these guys have got to play in as the sun comes up here at Kyalami. And as soon as that track temperature starts to pick up ever so slightly, you can see they're both sitting ambient temperature 21, track temperature 21. But as that track temperature increases with the sun coming up, we are going to be in for maybe some hot laps heading into the last part of the race.
Yep, just don't want to dip your car. We were here for the first 100 laps that were done. I think it took about 1.5, 2 hours is how much it took to do 100 laps. So I think that there is a possibility of getting over 800 for sure.
Well, coming back down into Sunset Corner, let's go back here to 8th place and a super run here as well out of Kutsi. The 666 Audi. He's also had a couple of incidents overnight. There were a few incidents that they were involved in. A couple of bumps and barges, but they're now trying to keep it as clean as possible. Getting into the 649th lap of this event, coming up to 650 laps completed within a lap and a half or so. But this is also another car that could potentially change things up. They're trying to close down on Daniel Rowe up the road from them. And Daniel Rowe doing another great job again in a race car. He has won a couple of events for the RaceFace team and been involved in a couple of other races that RCI put together. But of course, he'll be loving life with his team there in the Bentley in 7th place and trying to sort of fly the flag high there. Remember, he's all part and parcel of South Africa's Volkswagen Motorsport brand and team, and has been involved there as a Polo Cup champion. He's represented South Africa in European championships in Golf Rs and Polos. He's also been involved, of course, in the Global Touring Car Championship here in South Africa, and as a seasoned veteran, you could say, even though he's only into his 20s, if I'm not mistaken. But also, just to give you a heads up, a qualified biokinetician or whatever it is. I can't remember the exact word, but a very highly rated young man and a very talented driver at the same point.
Yes, and Heineke's starting to claw in a little bit. About 2 laps ago, it was about, 3 seconds. And now it is 6:10. So he is really working that Porsche. He's working that 101 Porsche to try and get past the Lambo. It would be incredible to see him get past. Obviously, being a South African team, we want more South Africans in the top 20. Obviously, we have a couple. One being Keebles and Kruger, but we want to see another one in the top 20 for sure.
Yeah, I think Tom and Ted Edwards here could be in a bit of trouble. Is it Tom or Ted? We're not sure, but one of them is certainly going to be in a bit of trouble here because the Porsche's made that ground up rapidly and is instantaneously going on the attack. He's right on the tailpiece now, under the exhaust pipes, and looking for opportunities wherever there are any. And the pressure is now on. Can the Lamborghini keep him out? Can he force him into a mistake? Can he drop him back slightly by making some kind of error? But it doesn't look like there's going to be any errors coming out of Heineke. Heineke, only about 4 laps ago, was 3.9 seconds adrift. Look at that. It's now less than 0.02 of a second. It's just absolutely brilliant stuff. You can see the lights flashing there on the Porsche. And I think he's realizing that he is quicker than the Lambo. Wants to take that lap back, wants to get back up into the top 20. And if he can get into the top 20, it's a valiant effort there from them, considering the fact that at one point they were down in 46th place. They made up 26 positions over the last 12 and a half hours. And that is a super effort there from Heineke and Olifant and the rest of the team involved in this Porsche.
Yes, also another thing is, look at the lap times as well. Heineke setting 42.3s, if I'm not mistaken, and Edwards setting what, 43.8s maybe, I think. So yeah, there's a massive difference in terms of lap speed as well.
And you can see it's a bit of a concertina effect now because the Lambo is actually starting to hold up not only the Porsche, but the Bentley and the Aston Martin behind that Porsche as well. Is there a pit? Has he gone into the pits? I think he may have.
He may have,
He has. He's gone into the pit lane. Yeah. Edwards deciding, no, I don't want to fight this out anymore. Let's just this Lamborghini in. Let's get a little bit of refreshment, get some fuel in the car, get maybe some new rubber on it. and then let me get back out there and not have to fend. So Hanneke is gifted 20th place there. He didn't have to fight too hard for it. He put the pressure on, applied the pressure, and eventually the man in the Lamborghini decided, you know what, enough's enough. I'm going to go in for a quick pit stop and let these guys fight it out on track. 221 about to be lapped and taken back there from the Porsche. He comes up onto the back straight away and now resumes a little bit of a fight there with the Bentley. The Bentley looking for a way through, but I think backing out of that. Now, there might be a problem on that Bentley just in the background. He pulled to the sideline pretty rapidly there, and I'm not quite sure if that was just to let through the Aston Martin. It possibly was. Just to let that Aston Martin through, realizing that it's a quicker car coming up from the back end and doesn't want to get too involved in a fight that could spoil his day.
Yeah, I think it was actually a very good decision that he dived into the pit lane, because you don't want to have a lot of pressure on you. You definitely don't want to, because I mean, he was probably, if he wants to stay out, he probably would have had cramps. His teammates would have been quite angry at him. So just get into the pit lane and, you know, just take a breather, refresh, and get back out there again.
Get any damage that you can get fixed on the car, sorted out in that pit stop. Take your time, because, you know, you're not fighting for the lead here, you're fighting for a top 20. And he hasn't lost too much ground. He has lost one position to the Porsche, but he's also lost one position to the BMW. But Mulder's still got a long way to go to try and catch up to him and see if he can spoil the day there for Edwards, as he's stuck in pit lane. He is back on track. Looking at Sean Buck now coming down the hill as he comes down into the mine shaft. As I said, we also saw a little bit of incidents with him in the late evening and into sort of the early morning as well, having to try and find his way through on bits and pieces of traffic. He's just come through there on Sooner Rain in the BMW. Takes a lap back on him.
Also, we may have a little bit of a focus on Isherwood, because he's 5.2 seconds behind Lucas. So that may be a on-track battle to see a little bit later.
Well, you asked for it, and Nick will give it to you, buddy. There it is, Jason Isherwood in the Retro Esports Alpha team, hanging on for 15th place. And as you mentioned, looking to try and close things down there on Lucas. And Lucas up the road, also in a very similar machine. So we'll keep an eye on that little battle. You can see he's going to have to try and get that Bentley up to the Aston Martin. The two British marks going at it. And the leader just diving through on the inside. Isherwood giving him lots of room and not getting in the way at all, realizing that the leader was coming up and allowing that car to just squeeze by.
Yeah, the blue flags are incredibly important. I mean, not just for the leaders, it's also for the drivers that are being lapped in the back markers, because you don't want to be penalized, especially when you're going to try and have an on-track battle.
I think it's not a bad plan that Jason Isherwood just did there as well. To allow the leader through, he can possibly sit on his tail, and we saw that on a few occasions yesterday, and also, of course, over the last sort of 12 and a half hours of racing. You've seen issues where guys are involved in a battle, but they can't quite get that gap to come down, and they sit and wait, and as soon as a quicker car comes through, they sit with that quicker car, learn a couple of lines and some special maneuvers that they're pulling to get those lap times in, and all of a sudden they're right up there with the battle and the guy that they want to catch. So they kind of use it to tow themselves up to the car that they're trying to catch. Yeah,
you always want to get a tow from the faster guy ahead of you. You can get some slipstream off of him, catch up just a tiny bit more, and it makes it a little bit easier for you to overtake the car that you want to battle with.
John Rideau still continuing his efforts to stay in the front of the top 10, but he has got a little bit of pressure starting to be mounted there. It's not from the Aston Martin on his tail, though, although there is a bit of a fight on here between the two of them. But Anton Rideau is going to have to keep his eyes and ears on the rearview mirrors and ears onto the radio to warn him if there's any maneuvers coming out of Benjamin Bowman, who is now looking to possibly get into the top 10. So that's also another fight that we need to keep an eye on. It's only 19 seconds now at the moment between those two cars. It certainly could change up rapidly.
Wow.
Tom Edwards back out on circuit and straight onto the back of the Porsche he was fighting with earlier on. The role has resumed here, or has reversed, I should say. We've now got pressure from the Lambo on the back of the Porsche, whereas only about 4 or 5 laps ago, it was the Porsche on the back of the Lambo.
Yes, Hanneke did take a pit stop, I think he may have just got a little bit more feel. And now at least he's ahead of Edwards, and there's the pushing. He's trying to push and trying to get past because he's right in front of him now, but he's pushed a little bit too hard through Clubhouse, and that's caused him to light up his rear tires.
Yeah, amazing to see that with that little pit stop the two cars have taken. You would have expected it to sort of resume position, but it looks like the Porsche team were able to get their car out a lot quicker and with a lot less maneuvering to have happened down in pit lane, and allow them to maintain the position that they were gifted as the Lambo went into pit lane earlier on, remember. So
Yes.
incredible to see how that all works out. And we kind of expected it to maybe go back into the positions they were in, but of course that all changed up now. So Edwards might be pushing a little bit harder here to ensure that he can get that position back, because he wasn't able to do it with the pit lane change-up.
Yes, Jason Isherwood was 2.1 seconds now behind Lukey, so he's really driving that Bentley. He really wants that 15th place, or 14th place, sorry. He's already in the top 15, but I think he is hungry for 14.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, he's hungry. He's very hungry. He wants by big time, and seeing whether or not he can do that, we'll keep an eye on it, because the little fight is starting to heat up. Isherwood now also starting to get into a little bit of a mixture with some of the other cars out on circuit and try and find a way through there. I think it's on Van Zel in the 777 Audi for an opportunity now to get through on him as they come down on the brakes into Crowthorne. He has a look on the inside there, and yeah, Van Zel deciding, no, you know what, you can have that one. I'm not fighting with you at the moment. My battle is with Soonarain in the BMW, and he's nowhere near me. So if I've got to let you through and allow you to continue on your merry way, Jason Isherwood, away you go, bud.
Yeah, you don't want a back marker in your way, especially when you want to race, because you may just be much more faster than them, and then you don't want that, and you don't want to get into a situation where they get in front of you and they block you, and practically that's your race over. You can't get that position if you don't get past them. But obviously, the blue flags do help them a little bit.
Well, they do. One cool thing is, and maybe what we can do is at one point where we get a battle that's starting to rage, it'll be quite nice if Nick can give us a little bit of onboard there, because the one cool thing that you do have with this game and the graphics that are available in this game is to have a look and see. Maybe if we can go on board here with one of these guys, Nick, possibly the Lamborghini, just to have a look and see what the flag situation is and how those flags are waving. There, on the left-hand side, you saw Marshall Point 1 there. Now coming down to Crowthorne, blue flags waving. So the guys can't sort of say to you that they didn't see the blue flags or see the Marshall points. And that's the reason I wanted to go on board, Nick, is just to show people that are out there that when we're talking about the blue flags and the yellow flags waving, or any of the flags being shown to the drivers, that the visibility is pretty high in these cars, and you can see those marshals making and gesticulating to you that via the flag systems that work in motorsport, that you have to sort of obey what those flags are. Yellow flag, of course, means that you need to possibly be in caution and even come to the point of stopping. That's what a yellow flag would be. Yellow flag waving, of course, means that's where the actual incident is. A blue flag waving on the side of the circuit is to tell you that a faster car is coming up on you, and you may need to give way to allow them to get through. Other flags that you would have seen out there, which we haven't really seen in this event at all, would be a yellow and red striped flag. That's a change of surface flag, usually when somebody puts oil or if it starts to rain. We have got a rain flag that would be shown as well. It's kind of a white flag with a red cross on it. And then more importantly than anything else would be if there's a red flag situation, which is highly unlikely. Something massive has to happen in an online game for a red flag to be shown. But that's probably highly unlikely. So the main ones we're going to be watching out for today and for the rest of the 5 hours and 11 minutes of racing will be if something like that happens. Oh, what happened there? That was something completely... let's have a look at that Lamborghini. Let's have a look at the replay. Coming through into Crocodiles. All good. Does he clip the curb here? I think it's the only reason he could get out of shape. He hasn't hit the bed. Oh, no, he's just got out of shape on his own. He just went through Cheetah too hot. A little bit too fast through Cheetah, and eventually caught the Lambo, hit the back end of the Lamborghini. I'm not quite sure why he didn't peel in there. Simply to have a look. Maybe he's realized that there's not a lot of damage on the car and he can continue. But it has dropped him right out of that fight with the Porsche. So a lot of ground lost there, probably about 5 or 6, probably even 10 seconds lost there to Heineke in the Porsche after that mistake there from Edwards.
Yeah, you saw Edwards. He's pushing incredibly hard because you saw through Clubhouse. He's starting to skid a lot through there. So he wants that 21st position back. He's extremely hungry for it, but he's just pushing too hard. He's the limit of the Lamborghini. He's pushing it a bit too far, and that's probably what caused his spin out at Cheetah.
Well, speaking of spin-outs and speaking of battles, there's a big battle on right now. Jason Isherwood has definitely closed that gap down. We mentioned it earlier on. Learkus in a little bit of issues here because Learkus is now only 0.3 of a second ahead of Isherwood. And Isherwood applying the pressure from the Bentley's point of view onto the back end of that Aston Martin. And a nice little fight out here for what is going to be 14th and 15th place. Now, you want to be in the top 15. That's exactly where Isherwood is right now. But to make up another position into 14th would be even better. And he's now applying huge pressure onto the back end here of Learkus.
He wants it. He is so he needs that position. He really does. He has been fighting the Retro Esports Alpha team. The Bentley have been pushing so hard, and yeah, I'm totally in the support for him to get through. Oh wow, what's happened there? Is that Alexis? It is.
That's Alexis out of shape, big time. Yeah, definitely getting it.
Yeah.
Right, finally in the Tech 1 Racing Lexus. Let's have a look at it coming into out of Crocodiles as we go on board with him. Let's have a look and see what happens here. Does he clip the curb? Yes, he does. I'm going to say every time you go into Cheetah, the possibility of clipping that curb and a mistake is exactly that. And if we stay on board, you'll actually probably see the two cars going through. There you go. The two we were watching with, Learkus and Isherwood, just able to avoid the spinning Total sponsored Lexus there.
Yeah, I hope I'm really happy that he didn't come onto the racing line as soon as he got his car spun around, because that could have been a massive danger. And now Isherwood, he's looking to get past Lucas through Sunset, diving into, I think it's turn 7 at Clubhouse. He's going to have a look here. No, it's just staying behind. Now a little short straight until you get to the turn 8 and 9 of the S's. A bit off camber. He is still on the back end of him. A popular place to send one down the inside is Luke for turn 10. Will he have a dive here? I think he's a bit too far back, so I think he's going to think better, and he's not going to dive down the inside.
No, not from there. It's too far back. There's no way you're going to make a move. But if he gets a good run out of the Learkop and down the mine shaft, possibly down into Crocodiles, he could have a go. Crocodiles opens up very wide, almost 18 meters wide track as you come down onto the braking point. But as you can see, Learkus saw him coming in. There's not going to give him any room to play. So nice little battle on here. There is a really good fight here for what is 14th and 15th place on track.
Lucas is making that Aston Martin as wide as possible. You don't want to run onto the grass for very long there, Cheetah. You don't want to get that dirty. You don't want to get your tires dirty, and that may just make you lose some grip. So Isherwood's doing well to keep inside of those track limits. He is looking for a move. Going down to turn 2 at Crawthorne. Is he going to go for one? No. He thinks better. He is still quite far back. He just wants to get right up against him, right on his rear end spoiler.
What he's doing, he's just applying the pressure there, Clark. He's waiting for a mistake to be made by Learkus in the Aston Martin. And as he applies the pressure, I want to say a massive welcome to everybody who's joined us on our live stream feed on Facebook and on YouTube. Big thanks for you guys for joining us so early in the morning. It's the breakfast show here with Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, and Clark King in the house here to take you through the next 2 hours of racing. Bernard Klaassen and Namzul Hussain, Dylan Fasaki, Mark Henbury, and Dean Rehnquist. Sean Talbot and Sean Gradwell, and looks like Fadi Erasmus has just joined us as well, and has joined us with Herman Groenewald here this morning on our Facebook feed, and of course everybody out there on YouTube. A big welcome to you guys as well. Thank you for the support. Please remember to like and share these posts, because we want to grow the footprint that we are making in South African esport racing here today, and of course pass on that information to our valued sponsors, Pure Storage, the sponsor of Kyalami 24 Hour, along with our associate sponsors, NEC Corporation, the DataSciences Corporation, and Oxide, and of course SuperMicro and AMD. And the broadcast brought to you proudly by RaceFace and Race Club International. Thank you so much for the Racing Club International team. They have done an incredible job here over the last 18 hours or so.
Yeah, a massive shout out to the broadcasters and stewards. They've been working throughout the day and night. It's incredible to see what we have and how privileged we are to have this kind of technology and people.
The technical side of things is phenomenal, but the people behind the tech is also very, very important. We can't do it without the likes of Mike Jones and Nick and the whole team in the background that are bringing us all this action. And of course, as you mentioned, the stewards who are sitting tirelessly there, watching for incidents that could possibly happen. Like we're about to see. Whoa, that was very
Wow.
close. A lovely bit of direction there from Nick to bring us onto the splitter cam as the splitter nearly went right up the tailpiece there of that Aston Martin. And it was nearly a splitter onto the diffuser there of the Aston Martin. Very, very tight stuff. And the battle continuing here between Jason Isherwood and Lucas just ahead of him. Brilliant action. This is what we've expected to see. And of course, we didn't quite expect this so early on in the morning, but hey, we'll take it because action is what we love to chat about when it comes to motorsports.
Yeah, it really does wake you up. Like you fall asleep and then you realize, whoa, there's a battle. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish all the mothers a happy Mother's Day, not just in the motorsport community, but all around the world. So yeah, a massive Mother's Day from the commentary box.
Yeah, I like that because at the moment we don't have any moms watching us. So if they are sitting and alongside the men that are in the bed next to them, or with their kids in the TV room, or watching it wherever they are around the world, I continue with that sentiment from Clark King, my young protege, who is doing such an incredible job here on the microphone. Remember that if you haven't ever heard the name of Clark King, it's probably because you weren't around during lockdown. He was found by yours truly and the Solidarity E-Race team in our commentary search. And just remember, this is a 12-year-old young man in his first 24-hour commentary stint alongside seasoned veterans like Mike Jones and Jesse Lee, George Smith, and of course Rai Gill, all the way from the UK. So a valiant effort from your side, young man. You're doing an incredible job. Keep up the good work, and I love what you're doing out there. And it's great to see that you're able to pick up on all the information that's being passed on to you as we get into the thick of it here for the next 5 hours or so.
Yeah, a massive thank you for all the support as well, everyone. That from some of you.
Mistake coming out of the Aston Martin.
Yep, that's the mistake that Isherwood was forcing to apply the pressure, and now he's gone right past into that 14th place.
Yes, indeed.
Great pressure applied there.
Yeah, it's exactly what I said earlier on, Clark. He's literally just putting the pressure on, waiting for that mistake, being very, very patient was Jason Isherwood. And eventually it paid off. The small mistake coming out of the Aston Martin, coming out of Sunset Corner, running wide onto the rumble strip and onto the slightly wider version of that circuit. But as you can see, it's now given the opportunity for the Bentley to get through. And now that the Bentley's through, can he open a margin? Can he get away from Lucas there in the Aston Martin?
You just got to stay cool, just race. Don't look back too much. Just focus on what's ahead of you. Don't back out. Look at that. Lucas right on the tail end of that Bentley once again on the main straight, but he has a horrible exit through Ingwe, and Isherwood's going to run away with it. A little bit more of a gap being pulled out here.
Yeah, it's a nice gap that's been pulled out here between Isherwood as he starts to just open up the legs of the Bentley. And, late braking coming out of Vinzi Liakis. As you can see, he's just trying to find a way through and return the favour. And now, of course, what Isherwood's going to find is that if that Aston is able to get onto the back end of the Bentley, the roles might be reversed there as well. The pressure could come from behind. Speaking of pressure from behind, we've got a couple of the quicker cars starting to come through there as well, which you'll have to also be aware of, as we see Daniel Rowe eventually coming in for a scheduled stop there for the Solidarity team.
Yep, and also, just to mention, Lucas is not over. That battle is not over. No matter what, he may have made a mistake, but he can come back stronger. He can fight harder, even harder than before. So he could place that pressure on Isherwood, who was incredibly cool during that whole situation.
Lead car coming out of Cheetah, coming up on a couple of back markers there, and Michael just doing an incredible job. 661 laps completed, about to make that 662. and he's into that little fight that we saw earlier on between the Lamborghini and the Porsche. Edwards still hasn't bridged that gap to the Porsche of Heineke. Heineke just up the road from the Ferrari, and Bentley just in the shot ahead of our lead car. But just mention once again, if you've just joined us, as so has Zach and Goro, and it looks like all the way from the other side of the world, we've got Oksana Nitoxa and of course Zillian Harding, who've joined us as well. Big welcome to you guys. We're watching Tozi go into the pits in the Porsche. But just to mention once again, our lead car is down to 2 drivers. 2 of their drivers in the Sidemax team, unfortunately, having some issues. One was a technical gremlin, and he wasn't able to get back up to the server. And the second one, a family emergency, which is called, I think, George Boothby off into other duties that he has to look after. And it's left his 2 teammates to try and take this all the way to the finish line. Second place car, of course, the second Sidemax machine there. And Zach at the moment, Zach Royale, doing an amazing job in second place. He's 2 laps down on his teammate, but they're not going to be too concerned about trying to bridge that gap. I think they're going to try and make it a 1-2 for Sidemax if they can, and keep out Kevin Chartier in the Bentley, the 367 car that my fellow commentator has kind of got a little bit of bias towards. So we'll keep an eye on that and see whether or not that's going to have any possible changes. 3 laps down on Chartier is Lewis, our South African team in car 100, the Audi. But an amazing job from them too. Got to take our hats off to the South African team for hanging in there for such a long time. They were kind of up and down out of the top 10 for a while. Actually got into that top 10, and they've kind of cemented their position in the top 10 now, and even into the top 5, sitting in 4th place there, just ahead of the Aston Martin of Keeble. So a good run here from Brian Nurse and the team at this incredible little Audi outfit that they've put together, and hanging on for a chance now to possibly finish up in that top 5.
Yeah, that's incredible to see the South Africans in the top 5. A lot of people didn't expect, probably, some people thought it would be hard to compete with them. Obviously, this was the world of motorsport in South Africa, and also some people thought it was going to be easy. You know, they may not be just as experienced, but look at them. They're in the top 5. They're fighting incredibly hard with the international lads.
They certainly are, and they are fighting hard. That's the thing. Right now, the fight is even harder than it has been all the time since the start of this race. You know, you sort of get into the start of a race and you think, we've got 24 hours, we've got nothing to play for. You're now coming down to under 5 hours to go. And all of a sudden, the whole strategy of your team, the whole outlook of the race is changing. You're finding yourselves in positions that you didn't think or expect to be in. I'm sure that's exactly what Brian Lewis is feeling right now, and the rest of the team behind him. They're saying, let's just keep it together. Let's make sure that we don't make any mistakes. Let's not get involved in battles that we don't need to be involved in, particularly here as an incident. Looking for those blue flags to help him out, to allow him to get through on the BMW and find a way through there on Sunarain, who should be giving way with blue flags waving to allow the Audi through, and he does so. So that's always good to see as well. You know, the slower cars and the back markers involved in this field, there were 47 in that started this race. You can't have a race like this without the sort of 21st to 47th place cars being involved in the battle. Take nothing away from any of the drivers out there. We heard it from both Rara and from G-Max, as well as from Mike Jones and Jason Lee, stating that, a lot of these guys are not pro drivers, or as they like to call them, the alien drivers who are just in another world, and are out there just to enjoy the event and have as much fun as what we see they seem to be having here on their own.
Giancarlo Sculler, we see that part of the logistical nightmare team, won. 9.3 seconds is the gap between himself and Bauman, so he's starting to claw in a little bit. As well, I was talking about Sunarain. The gap between himself and Heineke in that 20th position is now 3.9 seconds.
And they continue to fight it out there. I can tell you that this is going to be all the way through until the checkered flag, because if they can just find opportunities that some of these guys have found over the last couple of minutes that we've been watching, and possibilities of little moves like that coming into Cheetah, there is going to be a couple of changes, I think, in that top 20, possibly into the top 30 as well. Gaps that we're going to keep an eye out, of course, is you can see all of a sudden the Porsche of Heineke has started to make some maneuvers to get onto the back end of the BMW. We're seeing Brian Lewis go into pit lane, so keep an eye on that too. A little fight that, of course, is about to start here. There is the Porsche, there is the BMW. And oof, that Aston Martin came real up close and personal there with Chris Heineke as he came past him. But all of a sudden now, Heineke is looking for a chance to be, again, into the top 20. And the BMW up the road from him and right in his sights, literally in the what would be the windscreen and targeting system in that Porsche is now in full effect as he starts to reel that BMW in.
Yep, and also one of the most important parts about endurance racing, especially 24 hours, you've got to keep your nose clean. Because if you keep your nose clean and you're not faster than some of the professionals that do this weekly, maybe even daily, you could keep your nose clean and you could get up the rankings.
Some of the drivers have been doing it daily twice. I know that some of the drivers involved in the top teams have not only been participating here in the 24-hour, but when they finish their stints, they've gone and raced in other forms of sim racing. Here's the move, though, from the Porsche. He's onto the back end of Soonarain, and the BMW under a bit of threat now from that Porsche. As you can see, Heineke looking for a way around the outside. Ooh. And they're coming into Crocodiles. That's a brave move around the outside. You can see the pressure there, maybe a bit of frustration. Problem is that if it is frustration, it could end up in a mistake, and that's not what Chris Heineke wants to do right now. He is right into the clutches of that BMW and possibly going to now look for a mistake and force the mistake out of the BM in front of him as they come flying across the line and complete another lap of action here in the Pure Storage 24-hour. Coming up under braking for Crowthorne Corner, lights ablaze, telling me once through, not realizing that he's actually now fighting for position on track, so the BMW does not have to give way in this instance, whereas if he was a back marker, he would have to give way to the quicker car behind. They're now fighting for position, so you'll see the blue flags won't be waving for this situation. Oh, it got real close. Porsche now right underneath that wing of the BM, looking for a chance now as they go into sunset.
Yeah, Soonarain, he's trying to make that BMW as wide as possible, just holding the middle of the track here and there, not allowing him to go around the outside, not allowing him to go down the inside to certify a move.
And that move was nearly certified there, that is for sure. Other instance, of course, looking at as a whole bunch of gentlemen join us again. I hope you guys have all wished your moms happy Mother's Day before you came and watched the 24-hour Derek van der Merwe, Bradley Dirks, Eddie Tick, and Neil Smith. And there's the move. It had to come at some point. The Porsche diving on the inside and finding a way through on the BMW. And that now puts Heineke up into 20th place ahead of the BMW of Soonarain. So a great move there from the Porsche team. And I've got to take my hat off to them because if you have just joined us, you won't realize that this yellow Porsche that Chris Heineke is piloting at the moment, the 101 PWSR 24-hour team, were at one point in time stricken on the sideline for almost, probably say half an hour to 45 minutes. Technical gremlins on their computers. They eventually got them all sorted out and rejoined. And when they rejoined, they were down in 46th place. So they've made up 26 positions to get into the top 20 now in total. Brilliant stuff from them.
Gareth Fox, driver change for the Red Line Racing League. Gareth Fox behind the wheel of that 221, looking to see if he can kind of just keep his 17th spot. I think he'll be incredibly happy with 17th the way he's running.
No doubt about it. I think Gareth Fox is pretty surprised, and the whole team there with Gareth Fox for Red Line Racing will also be pretty happy that they're in the top 20. They're going to look to try and stay in that top 20 and maintain maybe position over Sean Buck, maybe try and close down on Clue in the BMW, in the Bentley, I beg your pardon. That's kind of where he's looking to sort of do his hunting here with 4 hours and 51 minutes to go.
Soonarain, I think he's still on the back of Heineke, only 7/10, so that battle's not entirely over yet. But it's been, oh look, Edwards, I didn't even realize he's got Clarkson's on his tail.
Now, Quade Clarson's has come out of nowhere there in the 777 Audi. That car at one point was actually up in the top 10, so Clarson's and his team have had a little bit of issues there on the SRMC Division 1 team as they come up now onto the back end and look for a way through there on Edwards in the Lambo. Behind them, looks like there's a bit of a three-way fight here as well because one of the quicker cars coming through and Claessens gives him a little bit of room to play. Maybe going to try and use that Aston to his advantage and possibly get through on the Lamborghini unseen. A bit of stealth mode there.
Yeah, Skula is the one there. Claessens wants him to just tow him. Obviously, Skula being a little bit quicker than him because he's ahead of Claessens, but no doubt both of them are probably equally paced. Claessens is just going to use Skula's slipstream. Maybe dot here because there's 4 cars in that train.
Try and stay out of the dirty air if you can. That is an important factor to be brought into account, of course. And try and stay out of harm's way. You don't want to be involved in little fights that could potentially spoil your entire race. Wade Claessens is the man in the Audi that we're looking at. And there's a move on the inside of the Lambo. It's a big move. It could be cemented here. Could he find a way past? The Aston Martin could get in the way of the Lambo. Yes, and it has.
Nice.
The Aston Martin getting in the way there. One of the back markers just getting in the way of the potential Lamborghini line. And that Lamborghini had to just tuck in behind Wade Claessens. So Edwards losing a position there to Wade Claessens. Of course, it'll change up on the timing on the left-hand side of the screen as soon as they go through the split. And there it is, confirmation. Claessens ahead of Edwards. Edwards down to 22nd place now. So a man who was sitting in 20th place only a couple of minutes ago, probably about 45 minutes ago, now sitting down in 22nd place. That's how quickly things can change up when you're into the latter part of a 24-hour endurance race.
Yeah, I think Edwards had to let some of the cars through because he looked incredibly slow going through Crawthorne. But he still wants 21st. He's still on the tail of him. Didn't lose too much time.
Look, he's still going to try and keep Claessens within his sights and maybe use Wade Claessens to move him up back into the hunt there with the BMW of Soonarain and Heineke in the Porsche, who's now up into 19th place. So a little bit of fights all the way through, and a couple of guys starting to make their way through from the slower traffic's point of view. It's kind of been that way from, I'd probably say, about half an hour into the race. Problems in the background, one of the Aston Martins just running wide out of Crocodiles. Might see who that car was, but a little issue there. So we're just trying to stay out of the way of the quicker cars coming through as well. Maybe just running a little bit too wide as they came out of the Crocodiles. Oh, 666, yeah, that's Gucci. Gucci out of shape. And let's have a look at it. There's the replay. Coming down into Crocodiles. Has he been caught out possibly by that car that ran off on its own? No, he comes through. This is going to be clipping the curb in Cheetah. How much do you want to bet?
Probably.
Have a look and see. Oh, no, it isn't.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Aston. Now, the Aston coming back on track out of Cheetah, just tagging him as he came through. Possibly not watching the rearview mirror. And, very lucky not to reverse back into another car that was oncoming. So he hasn't lost position, but he has lost time. And the all-in racing Bentley team will be looking at that going, okay, well, we've seen a mistake out of Kuchi. Let's keep the pressure on. Maybe we can get ourselves a top 7 or top 6 finish.
And look at the damage to the front end of that Audi. You can see the bonnet lifting up a little bit. That was quite a hard smack into the wall when he spun around.
Let's see if he's going to have to go in for some damage repairs. If he does, that could potentially change up our positions for 8th and 9th place with Antoine Rideau looking for a chance now to close that gap down. See if there's going to be any maneuvers there from the Bentley behind them. Behind that, of course, is Benjamin Bauman in another Bentley. It's your top 10, and also not too far away. He could potentially change things up there, but of course he's got a little bit more work to do than what Rideau has got to do there in the all-in racing Bentley.
670 laps completed for the leader with 4 hours and 46 minutes to go. Still a lot of action, in my opinion. It's kind of a time of the day where you just hold your spot, don't be too risky. But a lot of these drivers are working very hard to get up the ranks.
And that's exactly what's happening. You're finding that the drivers that are out there are trying to keep their concentration levels up as high as possible. We're on now with Giancarlo Scula coming down into Sunset Corner. Logistical nightmare. Aston Martin has had some nightmares overnight and a couple of close shaves, but still out and circulating, possibly looking to get into that top 10. Alman is the man that they've got to try and find a way on, and it's only 3.6 seconds up the road is the Bentley that they're charging down on. I'd say he's probably headed down the hill as they head up to the top of the hill of Leeuwkop.
And
the
also,
Schooler now with a chance of getting into that top 10.
yes, and also Claessens and Edwards coming up to Schooler as well, who's chasing down Bauman.
Now those two possibly going to just try and take a lap back. Remember, they don't really have to worry about it. I think what we're seeing there from the 777 car is that it's slowly but surely just using Schooler as a bit of a blocker. If he can stay with that Aston Martin, he'll get through the field a lot quicker. And Quade Claessens is doing a great job to do that. You can see that the Aston means business, and he wants to close that gap between himself and the Bentley ahead of him, of Bauman. And I think that's what the team are probably telling him. Just stay with that Aston Martin. Stay right onto the tailpiece and use it to block your way through to get up to this man here, Benjamin Bauman. That's the car he's chasing. So Bauman in 10th place. Schooler just behind that in 11th. And of course, Quade Claessens using Schooler as a blocker to get him through the field.
Yes, Schooler is actually now 2.3 seconds, and it seems like the number 129 car in P18 has been given a drive-through penalty, probably for exceeding track limits.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened there. Sean Buck possibly going to be seen as exceeding track limits. You get 3 warnings that you've exceeded the track limits, and then the penalty is implied for a drive-through. Once you've taken that drive-through, of course, it's nullified, and you are reset to possibly have another 3. And if you are exceeding track limits at this point of the race, there's a high likelihood that you're possibly going to do it again, and maybe even a 3rd time. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yeah,
Sean Buck will have to take that drive-through, and he will then have that reset. Okay, cool. So it looks like it might have been cleared, though, as he's gone into pit lane.
Oh, he's gone into
the pits.
Yeah.
And let's see whether or not that'll change things up.
Yeah.
There's our leader, doing a magic job at the moment, staying in the front of this race, and now just dominating. There is Sean Buck, the man we're just chatting about now, in terms of his possible penalty. May have been retracted, those we heard in our ears, and Mike just doing the job here to perfection. At this point of the race, 672 laps completed. How do you try and keep the concentration levels up to maintain sort of the 142s and low 143s that he's doing on a consistent basis? It's just an incredible amount of concentration, and it's an ability that even some real racers would find hard to match.
Yeah, you have to have that endurance blood in you. You just got to stay focused, keep your car on the track, don't run too wide, don't damage the car by getting on the curbs.
That's exactly what he's doing. Giancarlo Schooler now looking to close that gap, and he has. He's closed the gap right onto the back there of Benjamin Bauman. It's less than a second now between the two of them, visibly both cars in shot, which means Schooler now in with a chance of possibly spoiling the day here for Bauman and getting into the top 10. I think that's what his goal was. He closes in on the back of the Bentley. Oh, and possibly up the inside of the Bentley.
Wow.
Good line out of Leeuwkop. He had the slightly tighter line, which may compromise his drive down the mine shaft. Bentley definitely got better drive down the mine shaft, but he's still got a chance here of squeezing him out. Bentley goes defensive. Bauman going defensive into Crocodiles. Not going to allow any room there to Schooler. And I think they're probably going to be on his radio saying, listen, guys, this is a fight for top 10. Do not let that Aston Martin through.
Yeah, I think that is incredibly important. Finish in a top 10 position. Schooler braking much later than Bauman through the final turn at Ingwe, which is Zulu for Leopard. But it seems like Bauman's going to have the run down the main straight.
It seems just shifting left and right to maybe just to let Bauman know that he means business. Quade Claessens sitting very, very pretty at the moment, right on the tailpiece of these two. He's done exactly what I thought he would do, is use the Aston Martin to bridge the gap there up into another position, take a couple of positions back and some laps back if he can. It actually looks like Claessens could be even the quicker of the 3 cars there. A little look at that. What is happening there? I think maybe just going left and right to maybe get the attention of Bauman and warn him that he's going to be on the attack. There you go. Bauman goes defensive into Clubhouse, late into Clubhouse there from Claessens as well, as he tries to capitalize on possible mistakes out of these two. dive into the S's is on the cards, but had to just tuck in behind. Wasn't close enough to make that move. Have a look as they head up the hill. See that Bentley's got great drive out of the corners, and I think the compromise that's happening there as he goes on the attack coming from Skula is not allowing him to make the pass. It's up close and personal, as you see from the rear wing here. Underneath that rear wing was the Aston Martin's bonnet and splitter. Lights flashing again just to tell the driver, I'm coming. And is Baumann going to give this up? I don't think so. The fight is certainly on. There's a late dive on the inside. And Giancarlo Skula, little tag between the two, a little bit of rub. But eventually cements it and gets through. Good driving there from Skula.
Yeah, that was incredible. That pass was quite late. He pulled out quite late, but he did incredibly well to earn that position through Crocodiles.
Brilliant stuff there from him as he now goes across the line in 10th place. It'll definitely be a huge. Here we go. Have a look at this. Oh, I thought we were going to go back to the replay, but we go on board with him down towards. There it is. There's the replay. Just diving very late into Crocodiles. I think there was a little touch between the two of them. Maybe a little bit of rubbing is racing there. Yeah. Craig Claessens wants to try and capitalize on that as well. As he came through, and we're on board here with Claessens as they go down into Ingwe corner. Claessens now trying to stay with the Bentley and Aston Martin. As I said, I would say at that point in time, at one point in time, Craig Claessens actually looked like he was the quicker of the three drivers as he was looking to close things down there and to get through. Remember, he's down in 21st place. We're looking at the battle there between 10th and 11th place cars, and still some rubbing is racing, and a little bit of tap there from behind from Benjamin Baumann. A little bump on the back end of that Aston Martin. You have to be very careful of that. The stewards won't find that to be in his favour, I can tell you, if he's starting to put the pressure on and starting to tap from the back end of the Aston Martin. Larsen's now going to try and catch him off guard, and that might just spoil his day even further as he sees Craig Claessens, the 21st car, come through on him when he's down in 11th.
Yes, Claessens has actually lost a little bit of time to Thomas Edwards. It was originally 4.5. They dropped down to 3.1. Now it's 3.5. But Edwards does have an Aston Martin in his way, so that may have favor Claessens a little bit. That he still has to get past another Aston Martin. Oh, and
whoa! Pit lane, complete mistake there coming out of Skula. Skula was going into pit lane, and at the last minute decided, no, I'm not going in. Giancarlo Skula stayed out, possibly from a radio call there from his team. Let's have a look and see what happens here. We're on board with Skula as he heads towards pit lane. He goes on the inside of the BMW. The PM goes, that's why. He got caught out by the BMW. He was trying to go around the outside of him to get into the final corner. And the BMW just cut across his nose and didn't indicate or gesticulate he was going to go into pit lane.
Yeah, that's I think we don't really talk about how if the pit lane is right in front of you and you're going around the outside and the pit lane is right in front of you, they may not know that you are literally just right next to them and you could be pushing to the pits. But great reaction from Skula and Baumann not to have a massive pile up in the entry of the pits there. We are on board on the logistical Nightmare Team 1 520. He is trying, I think this was had that little tangle at the pit entry, so he has to get past that Aston Martin in front of him again, and he's got Tom Edwards behind him, who is busy chasing down Claessens, but he is quite far behind. What's the gap now? 3.9. So it has gone up. I think Claessens is not going to have any more trouble fighting Tom Edwards, because he's got three cars, I think. He's also got a Ferrari up ahead of the Aston Martin. So it's going to be a little bit of a struggle for Thomas Edwards. I seem to believe that he has a lot of pressure on him. He tried to keep a cool head, but it was a great pass from Claessens. It was an incredible pass, and now he has to fall behind. I mean, he's got a lot of back markers directly in front of him. Hopefully he gets past them with no issues at all. We are now looking at the leader, Michael Kundatsioglu, for the Sidemax Motorsport 1-2. the 2 4 rings of Audi in the 1-2 position, as well as Sidemax Motorworks. This could be the third time, a hat trick for this team to win the most. I think this is the third ever 24-hour at Kyalami. Obviously now here being probably the most accoladed one, because they had 2 drivers that had to dip out because one of them having connection issues and another one having to sort out their family issue. So now it's just a 2-man team. 1 lap ahead, 676 laps completed. Now 677. I think Michael, he's doing incredibly well to just keep consistent. If you look at his lap times, 141.652. He's being incredibly consistent. And I think that's Heineke in the 101 car coming up to unlap himself. So I think that's what Michael kind of wants to do. He doesn't I don't think he wants to deal with backmarkers anymore, so he's starting to slow down a tad bit, just to have a less risk of a massive crash happening to him. Trottier, the Bentley 367 has dived to the pits, probably for a few, maybe for a top up, maybe a driver change. We'll wait and see on that one. And then also the 2 South Africans, Lewis and Keeble, were also in the top 5. It's incredible to see. Let's see what the All-In Racing 367 is going to do here. I think it may be a top-up because it seems like he's all okay. Brian Lewis, he is caught in a bit of traffic at the moment. A lot of back markers ahead of him. Just swooped through barbecue, running a bit wide, navigating through the Aston Martins and the Ferrari. Is he going to go around the outside here at Sunset? Yes, just allowing him through. Great driving from the back markers just to allow him through. No crash having. And Royale, the 97 Cymax Motorsport, or Sideworks Motorsport, has also dived into the pit lane. Trottier has just come out the pit, so it wasn't a driver change. I think it's just a top up. I'm pretty sure. Zachary Royale into the pits. Seems like a fuel top up. No pressure at all. And there's your race leader passing his teammate to lap him for the 4th time. He's got a lot of breathing air. He does have 969 ahead of him, if I'm not mistaken, the Bentley of Clue, who is the next car to get past. Then 714, then 999, the BMW, who is currently in 23rd place. This is the 24-hour the 24-hour Kyalami race, powered by Pure Storage, and obviously our sponsors NEC, DataSciences, a lot of different sponsors sponsoring this video. It's a live stream. It's incredible to see. We have South African drivers who know this track probably off by heart, and they've driven this track in real life, going up against these alien drivers, as George G-Max calls it, who are on the sim weekly, daily, and even twice, as Greg Maloney did mention. Michael just keeping it clean. He's not going off the track. He's not riding the curbs too much. He's keeping it incredibly consistent. And yes, Kevin Chartier did not have a driver change. He just topped up, I think. He's now behind the Aston Martin. The British Green Racing Aston Martin. I always love those colours. I think Greg's back now.
I am indeed. Sorry about that. The coffee went right through me, buddy. So well done for holding the fort there and keeping us entertained. Apologies for that.
That's fine.
That first cup of coffee just decided to go right through. So it was definitely not going to make the next hour and a half of commentary. Looks like things staying pretty much the same as when I left. So Kevin Chartier is starting to make his way through there and trying to close that gap down. It's only 27 seconds now to second place car Royale in the second of the Sidemax team cars. So the battle for second and third could potentially be on here.
And Kevin Taddy has been given a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. Obviously, he can go into the pits, and just before they do any work on the car, that 5 seconds will be applied and it will not go to their end race time. So I don't know if we caught it on camera. I don't think we did. But it's 5 seconds. We've seen very severe penalties, like 30 seconds for causing a collision. So, yeah.
Might have been just for an unavoidable one, so that's probably why it's not such a big penalty that's been applied. Kutsi into the pit lane as well. Possibly going to get that Audi's damage now sorted out as he's in pit lane. We saw that crash just before I left. And there you go. There is Kutsi coming into the pit box to get the damage and repairs done to the car. Maybe a refuel and some new tyres, depending on how their tyre strategy is going to go. Further back here, looking at Souza in the Porsche. Looking to come up onto the back end of Buerta. Nice little fight between Souza and Buerta. Buerta in the Aston Martin, Souza in the Porsche. And a possible change up here for what is going to be 28th and 27th place on track. Good number that, number 27, by the way.
Yeah. I guess to you, but not to me, probably.
Yeah, you got a funny number, hey?
Yeah.
The fight on here for 27 and 28th place as they go down into the S's. The Porsche applying the pressure onto the back end of the Aston Martin. Could be in a bit of a good ding-dong here between the two of them. All black Porsche were on board with them, looking for a way on the inside. Oh, but late braking and a little evasive maneuver. No, evasive maneuver coming there from Souza, from Buerta to keep out Souza. See whether he keeps it all together. To drive down the mine shaft.
See if he can pull a move. Hopefully, defending the inside line. So Buerta's going incredibly defensive. He doesn't want him to take his 27th place away. Look at him, he's right by his rear bumper. He's right under that spoiler, time to time, through sector 3, through sector 2. Look at it, very close, going into Ingwer. Look a little bit later than him. Is he going to have the run through the exit? I think he is. He's getting a little bit closer, I can see. Is he going to pull out to the inside, going around turn 1, the king? Well, it's not really, technically, it doesn't really do much to your car. I'm going through the famous corner of turn 2 Crawthorne, and Buerta is going to maintain his spot, but the battle's not over yet.
Only just, though. He's only just keeping that spot, that is for sure. It's great to see this kind of a fight, it really is, and it just gives you entertainment. If you've just joined us, a big welcome. See a whole bunch of guys jumping in there, Gavin Ferree and Tyler Matthews, Colin Humphreys, David Bland, John Hampson, Ludovic Groenewald, and Troy Cochran have now all joined the live stream on Facebook, and a big welcome to everybody all around the world if you have joined us. If there are any moms out there, a very, very, very happy Mother's Day to all of you as well from us here in the commentary box. If you're enjoying your day, and I hope your boys and girls, if you're family related, have spoilt you on a very happy Mother's Day. As we're into 4 hours and 28 minutes of racing still to go here in the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour.
Minos, the Triple Eight of Ferrari, has gotten 2 5-second penalties for causing a collision.
Porsche's about to cause a collision here. Porsche means business. He wants passed. There is the Ferrari, I think, that we've just been chatting about. Let's have a look and see if it is the case. Got a lot of damage on that car by the looks of things. As they come flying through. Oh, there's the move. There it is.
There it is.
Finding a way past, and that's it. Done and dusted. The Porsche is through. He forced a bit of a mistake out of Buerta. Buerta ran wide. We'll have a look at it once again here on the replay. They come down towards Crocodiles. He's late on the brakes. He takes a wide line into Crocodiles. Watch for the cutback. The Aston just ran wide all on his own. And a little tag. It was a hard tag, but of course the Aston already won wide. The Porsche was committed to the line. Yeah. So he eventually makes it stick and gets through. But maybe a bit of damage on those two cars. It'll be left-hand side of the Porsche, right-hand side of the Aston. And the tag there between the two of them. Antoine Rodot now making his way up towards Leocup. He's in 10th place.
Wow,
look at that. He's on to Skula. He is on to Skula big time here. Skula has lost a lot of ground there to the second Bentley. He made some maneuvers to get through there earlier on, and now having to try and fend off the attentions and intentions of Antoine Rodot in the All-In Racing Bentley.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard. Is he going to do what Sosa did? No, he was on the outside line, didn't cut inside fast enough. He's going to stay on the tail end of Skua, but he runs wide, he runs all over the grass, and that mistake may just cause a position change between Rodot and Skua. Rodot into 9th place. Whoa. See, forcing mistakes here and there.
The forcing is an important factor. It's applying the pressure the entire time. Here comes the return of the favour, though. Very late on the brakes from Skula to try and find a way through there on the Bentley. Just couldn't quite find a way through. Giancarlo Skula looking for a way through, but just not able to find it. And it's a fight on now for 10th place. Up into the 9th spot. He's into single digits. He'll want to stay there. And look at he's trying to just get that gap open right from the word go. Since he's moved up to 9th, he's just trying to open up as big a margin as possible. There is a Ferrari just up the road from them. So if he can get that Ferrari between himself and the Aston Martin, that might help him out a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be a very important factor. And also, some of you some of these guys that have done some driver registration, paid some fees, they all proceed to the Quad Para Association of South Africa of those disabled people, and we have the PWSR, I think, PWSR, who is a disabled driver, has no feeling in her feet, Yvonne, who is also Olympic archer. So it's nice to see that we're racing for a good cause as well.
Yeah, we certainly are. Joining us in that race for the good cause is the Ghost Bash. Shia Jadwat has just joined us. A big welcome to you, buddy. Thanks for joining us. And we're expected to see you out here with one of your teams, but I'm sure that you'll come and join us at some point in time in the very near future, because with the success so far of Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour, we were chatting about it last night, we were chatting about it all of yesterday afternoon, and of course I think the e-world and the sim racing world in South Africa and worldwide will be chatting about this event, and hopefully going to be making this into an annual event, and possibly with a couple of other events to make it up into maybe a little bit of a championship, which could be really the way to go in the planning from a Solidarity E-Race's point of view. So the Bentley now has bridged about 2 or 3 car lengths over Skula in the Aston Martin, and looking to try and maybe get that Ferrari between himself and the Aston Martin, just to give him a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more time to sort of settle down after that big move he just pulled onto Giancarlo Skula.
Yep, and Ali's into the pits. He had a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits, and Taddy also in the pits. He had a 5-second penalty, so he's into the pits taking that penalty. And Chartier, 10 seconds worth of penalties for those collisions we were talking about earlier.
Now Chartier got to try and stay out of harm's way now, stay out of trouble if he can. He cannot afford to lose any more ground, otherwise the South African team are going to make him pay. And I think Lewis is hoping that's going to be the case. They've got to make up 4 laps, which is it's a long and hard task to do at this point in time with 4.5 hours or so to go. So let's see whether or not there is going to be any changes in that. 10-second penalties, 10, 20-second, 30-second drive-throughs, all of those kind of penalties at this point of the race are things that you don't want to be happening. You don't want to be incurring any loss of time whatsoever, whether it's of your own doing or incurred via a penalty. You certainly don't want to be having any of that, because it just all adds up in the end. And your 4 laps is possibly going to be about 7.5, 8 minutes or so, and that 7.5, 8 minutes of penalty time could possibly spoil your day and the position that you're in.
He's coming on the back of the 91 Aston Martin. He's going to overtake him as a back marker. That was Ali's, who came into the pits early. He's going to get past him, doing a triple apex at Blue Cup, now diving into Crocodiles. He's still got a bunch of back markers to pass. This is kind of like the back marker train. Look at that, 4 cars still in front of him.
And 2 of them fighting for position. So the one problem that Kevin Chartier is going to have is to try and avoid getting involved in a battle that he's not involved in. He just wants to get through and get away. And he doesn't want to be involved in that little fight. You can see the Ferrari there, just in the way of the second Bentley involved. The one that we're watching right now is Kevin Chartier, 367 on the back of that car, the blue and black machine, coming down onto the braking point. And as I said, we were watching a little bit of a fight out there. The Ferrari moves out the way, gives him some room. And now looking to try and get through on a stablemate from Bentley M Sport.
Yep. Gonna probably do the move at sunset. The 505 Bentley quite far down, somewhere, I think maybe P26 or something like that. It's just gone past him down the inside at sunset.
And now coming up on that little battle we were seeing a little bit earlier on. It's opened up ever so slightly though between those 2 cars. Let's see whether or not he's going to be hindered by them going into the S's. He'll have to probably wait until they come out of the exit of the S's. And up the hill. Just get the squirt on. On the inside, there you go. That's how you do it.
Still is incredibly
Inside
close
to outside.
to
Yes.
2.3 seconds, yeah. I remember it being like 6 seconds or something. Don't know what's
Correct.
happened over there. Now, Isherwood, the Retro Esports Alpha Bentley, number 738, coming into the pits. Well done.
Looks like
Getting
looks like a bit of a scheduled stop there for him.
yeah.
Mulder now into the fight as well. Mulder down in what is now 24th place on track. 2.6 seconds up the road is Lindsay Ray. Now let's keep an eye on Lindsay Ray in the BMW, who's taken over the seat of that black BMW. There it is. That's kind of how tight it is between the two of them as they come down the hill. So that gap coming down dramatically. They're almost a second in that second half of this lap. As we see Mulder starting to close onto the back end of Lindsay Ray and looking to get into 23rd place, if possible. Yeah,
he's getting incredibly close, 1.2 seconds. Looking now to be, what is that? Probably less than a second now, probably like 5/10. He's right behind him, going to the final corner at turn 16 at Ingwe. Now he's going to have the run on the straight to the BMW. The BMW is a tad faster than the Bentley, so I don't think he's going to have any worries on the straight, but that Bentley is doing incredibly well throughout the corners.
Closes right up. Oh, very up close and personal there from the splitter cam. Nice to see that and how tight these guys are getting. 4 hours and 19 minutes of racing still to go here in the Pure Storage 24 hour. As they come up onto the back straightaway now, we're seeing a possible move here from Mulder onto the back end of Lindsay Ray. Lindsay Ray could potentially be in a bit of trouble here.
He could be. He's going to be put under a lot of pressure. I think last time he got put under pressure and the driver got past him. Could be another pressure cooker, Mulder, in the BWR Griffin's car. Running out wide through the S's. I don't know what that was for. Maybe going to cut too much. Yeah, maybe just
going a little bit too hot in there. Just a little bit too hot into the S's.
Pushing really hard, you can tell.
Mistake, unfortunately, has cost him about 1.5 seconds though, so he's lost about 10 car lengths to the BMW, so he's got to try and make that ground up. Watch in the background, there's Heineke coming through there in the Porsche. I mean, he's in 19th place, so not really fighting for position with these guys, but he's definitely looking to make up some more laps and make up some more ground. Closing onto the back end of the Lexus as well. Sort of maneuver through there. Heineke closing in on the back end, and they'll probably get through on the Lexus pretty much unscathed, coming down into Ingwe corner. There we go. Lexus moves completely out the way. Good driving there on the back marker, allowing the quicker car to come through and staying out of trouble.
Clayson's also looking to be catching up on Heineke because it was about like 6.8 seconds. Now 6.3. So Clayson's is catching up to Heineke. He thinks 20th place is not good enough.
Craig Claessen's not too far off down the road. You can see here he comes into Crowthorne, and if you just, I'm not going to really see it here, but maybe on the back straight we may see the gap. You'll get to see the gap there between Craig Claessen's and the yellow Porsche of Chris Heineke. 6.3 seconds is the gap in terms of time, but there's the gap. There you go. Going into Sunset is the yellow Porsche, and here comes the Audi. Second of those sort of turquoise-colored machines going into Sunset on the inside of the Lexus.
Lexus being very nice, just letting these faster guys through, doesn't want to cause any problems. And now Daryl Mulder right on the back end of Lindsay Ray. It's taken a while. Obviously he had that mistake through turn 9 of the S's, but he seemed to capitalize on that mistake, and he's used it to just get closer and closer to Lindsay Ray. A move could be possible in the next couple of seconds.
Well, it looks like Lindsay Ray might be in a bit of trouble there for a 10-second penalty incurred, maybe for unavoidable contact. Not sure what's gone down there. There wasn't really any cars involved in that, but maybe it was because of the incident between himself and Mulder earlier on, which caused Mulder to take evasive action into the S's. Finley also been given a drive-through penalty further back in the field, down in 33rd place. But as they come across to complete another lap, it looks like the Bentley could be in the controlling seat here, looking for a way through. We did see the BMW had a slightly better sort of straight line speed than the Bentley did. This time out, the Bentley was a lot closer, so even possibilities of using the slipstream down towards Crowthorne. Didn't make it stick in terms of a move or a pass, but he's going to have to try and make one soon. Or, if I was him, I would hang tight. Wait until that Porsche of Chris Heinecker catches me, and let's see if I can use the Porsche to get past on the competitor here, Brent Lindsay-Ray.
And also, Heinecker coming up on them. You can see that yellow Porsche just behind them.
So Odin Racing in the controlling seat right now for 23rd place, but under big pressure from Daryl Mulder behind him. As I said, if Daryl Mulder's clever, maybe he'll wait for that Porsche. Use the Porsche to his advantage and allow it to do the blocking role and hopefully open up a gap for the Bentley to find a way through.
He's going to have a look on the outside at Luke. He's not going to be able to make a move, just had a little bit of a look. Now going down to turn 12 at the mine shaft. Heinecker ever so close to getting past these two. The blue flags are being waved. So maybe a little bit of an issue for Heinecker to get past. Obviously, these two fighting for driver position. And Mulder, I think he's going to try and have a look down the inside here. No, he seemed like he could do the switchback, or could have done the switchback through the Crocodiles. He's going to need to hold behind it for now through turn 15 at Cheetah. Turn 16 at Ingwe. Look at Heinecker. He's right on the tail end. He has a great exit. Is he going to fight with him? I think he's lifting off. He doesn't want to get into trouble. If these two do collide, he doesn't want to end up in it. Obviously, because Claessens is also chasing him down, so he's got a choice here. Does he want to get past him now, or does he want to hold back? He seems like he just wants to get past the Bentley first. The Bentley pulls back.
It's good moving there from Heinecker to get through on the Bentley, but I think there's a reason why Mulder let him through. Mulder was going to try and do exactly what I said, use that Porsche to find a hole and squeeze through that hole past the BMW. The BMW now realizing that it's a Porsche on his tail, may get some blue flags and opens up the door. There you go. If I was Mulder, I would have been right there, and that's exactly what it is. Mulder is right there looking for a way past. Can he make it stick into Clubhouse? Inside line from the BMW will hold him off. But Mulder nearly able to capitalize on that maneuver from the Porsche to get through on the BMW. It's exactly what I thought might happen, is to get that Porsche to open up the door for you and go to the open door. I know that there's sort of an unread rule or an unwritten rule that when you're coming up on back markers, you don't get involved in their battle, and the back markers shouldn't use the quicker car to their advantage. But of course, it's all said and done when you're out on track, and usually ends up being completely the opposite. Coming through now, of course, is a Foster Aston Martin as well, as we get into the thick of it here. Mulder trying to find a way past on the BMW, and Brent Lindsay-Ray doing a superb job to fend off the attack from the Bentley.
Yeah, Mulder just wants to keep fighting because he covered off the Aston Martin from passing him. You can see he's flickering his lights. He's not happy, and I can understand. Oh, now around the outside here, look at Ingwe. It's not going to happen. Obviously, the Bentley having a little bit less of straight line speed compared to the BMW.
Well, the BM just managed to use that. And here comes Kuchi. Kuchi starting to close in as well. One of our quicker cars. He's in about 6th or 7th place on track at the moment and looking for a way through here on a big battle between Mulder and the BMW there of Brent Lindsay-Ray. Lindsay-Ray fending off the attack from the Bentley, but he won't be able to fend off the attack there from Kuchi or from Quade Claessens just behind that. He's going to have to eventually give up some kind of room to allow those cars through because the blue flags are waving. He will be warned that, of course, he's got to let the quicker cars come through. They will start to feel the frustration ever so slightly, but they're also going to be very aware of the fact that they're coming up on a battle that could potentially ruin their race. So they're not going to go and do anything stupid or find a maneuver that won't be in terms of the race rules. And that's exactly why Kuchi just waited, bided his time, and eventually found a way past. So that's now going to open up a bit of a margin. But as I said, Mulder, if he's clever, will stay here with Kuchi and try and use him to get through on Brent Lindsay-Ray in the BMW.
And the leaders just pit. Michael Kudasik-Loglu has come into the pits for the 690th lap, 10 laps away from the 700th lap to be completed with 4 hours and 11 minutes to go.
I wonder if we're going to see a driver change in that car as well. Possibly see Killian Ryan Meaden getting back into the car. We'll have to wait and see as they come back on track and see if there is going to be a driver change. Are they going to share these last 4 hours or so and try and do things together? Or is it going to be up to Michael to try and run a little bit longer and then hand over a bit later in the race for Ryan Meaden to finish it up? Look at this. Lots of traffic on the main straightaway now coming across the line. And with 4 hours and 10 minutes to go, we're still in with a lot of drama that could unfold here at Kyalami.
Look at that. I was going to say that Classes has to get past these bunch, and that's the Lexus letting everyone through. And now another baby. Oh! What happened there? Has Mulder been hit through the Jusky sweep? I was focusing on the Lexus letting him through, and Mulder, who was trying his absolute best to catch up to Lindsay Ray, and it's ended in the wall. What has happened here? Has he been tagged?
It's the Lexus. Lexus. Yeah, the Lexus. He comes straight into the Lexus. The Lexus sends him left into the Pirelli banners and on the exit point there of Yuxke. So didn't quite work out there for Mulder. He's now dropped right back. Daryl Mulder won't be happy with that.
Yeah, he's going to have
getting in the
lot
way
of
there, and I
fun
think Findlay could be in a bit of trouble there in that Lexus. Not sure if it was Findlay or Sada. One of the two was involved there in the Lexus, and it sent Daryl Mulder unceremoniously off onto the kitty litter and into the Pirelli banners in the sidewall.
Yep, and Tom Edwards is coming to the pits for, I think it may just be a driver change here now. It looks like it's going to be scheduled. Let's see. He doesn't seem to have any damage. He's just got a lot of... yeah, I think that is a driver swap. Yeah, Camille Zosareki into the car. And he's out.
Camille back into the car now.
Yep.
This is one of their quicker drivers. So Zoseki was involved in a couple of incidents overnight and into the late evening yesterday. But certainly one of the quicker drivers in that Lamborghini team. So maybe they've decided to put him into the car to try and make up some ground there on Quade Claessens. Possibly try and get himself back into the hunt for top 20 positions. As we're getting into the thick of it here, 4 hours and 8 minutes to go here of the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour. A big welcome there to Janko de Toy. Mariki Kruger's in the house as well. One of our drivers involved in this event, Steve Koenig, has joined us. So a fellow commentator here from South Africa. He's just saying congratulations there to Clark and the RCI club for doing such a good job. Ambrose Bates is in the house, and so is Lee Oxy Dupree. So one of your fans there, buddy. He's giving you big kudos on the Facebook feed there.
That's nice. A lot of support backing me. Really like that.
A lot of support out there for the teams as well. Anton Rideau trying to find a way through here to take up a positional change. See, it's going to be pretty tight between them. It's got a long way to go to catch up to the back end of this Audi, but he's done it in a relatively quick time. Pucci going through. He's sitting in 8th place, Rideau in 9th, and that's why he's trying to push hard. You can see Cucci up the road, and the all-in racing Bentley. You can see that black and red Audi just up the road there of Cucci. So a nice little fight, of course, as they come through here. Further back, Ratenbach in a bit of a fight of his own here. Has he found a way past? Yes, he has. Ratenbach taking a position back there on Mulder. So looks like the problem that Mulder's having right now is possible damage on that car that's hindering him from getting around. So does he chance going into pits early to fix the damage on the car after going off at Yuxke and sent into the wall there by one of the Lexus cars? Heineke into pit lane as well.
And also one of the Lexus. I think that was the Lexus that came to contact with Mulder. And I agree with you. He probably has a lot of front damage on some right damage because he had a massive hit on the right-hand side of his Bentley from the Lexus.
Let's see whether or not it's going to affect him anymore. Schooler going well, still maintaining a top 10 there. And if I look at the gap between himself, a little issue there for Seal Varson. Often Seal Varson with a problem. Let's have a look at it. This is the replay. Going down into Crocodiles. He's late on the brakes. Coming up on a slower car. I think he might hit the slower car. Yeah, I thought so. Slower car in the way, and he was holding his line. It should have been Seal Varson backing out of that one. Unfortunately, he came out and tagged the second Aston Martin coming out of Crocodiles. And that's cost him a bit of time. Yeah, they come back together again. They'll be a little bit more wary to get through on this car this time, I'm sure. and eventually seals the deal into Crowthorne.
Radu getting quite close to Kusi. You can see on the timing 1.9 seconds is the gap. So let's watch this battle. Here we go. I think that's Claessen's in front of them as well, fighting.
Claessen's in there as well, and I think it might be Ricci too.
Yeah, Ricci, yeah.
The 11 car, Ricci's in the gold Audi. So Ricci and Claessen's in the middle of this battle for what is now going to be 8th and 9th place. That is the 9th place car there, the Bentley, the blue and white Bentley. And just up the road, the black and red Audi is the car he's trying to catch.
Now, and Aston Martin comes out ahead of those guys. Radu, Claessen's just going to let him through. He's going to have, is he going to go for a move at Sunset? I assume he may just go for it at Ricci, just to get past him. He wants to get Kuchi. He has pulled away.
Oh, Kuchi's ran wide.
And I think the Aston Martin that just came out the pits I think they may have just come into contact on the outside part of the track at Barbecue.
Well, that's going to change things up in terms of the battle we've just been watching. Kuchi now dropping down to 9th. Rado gifted that one with Kuchi running off the track. Let's have a look and see what went wrong here. He comes down into Yuxke, up towards Barbecue. And is it going to be a touch here between the Aston? Yes, it is. Ooh. The Aston coming across on Kuchi, and a little tag puts them both into the kiddie litter. And that's allowed Anton Rado up into a position higher. So he now moves into the 8th position, and 9th position is resumed there by Kuchi. That is definitely not what he wanted. That is for sure. Yeah. And it's a costly maneuver, and very lucky to not be involved in that. Just saw the 100 Audi of Brett Lewis coming into the picture too, and he was just very lucky to avoid being involved in that incident. City in 4th place. Remember, that's our highest standing South African team in the Audi in 4th place there. Lewis at the wheel of it at the moment.
Kuzi seems to have a little bit of damage, I think. I don't think it's severe. They just had a little bit of a scrap into the gravel. Skula may just have a chance to catch up on QC now.
He's going to have to try and close that gap down. I don't think that's going to be a case of catching the man who's got ahead of him, because now that Antoine Rado has got into 8th place, he's dropped the hammer and pulled a 4.5 second lead over Kuchi. But Kuchi, as you said, into the clutches now just behind, and watch in the background, you'll just maybe get a shot of that sort of mustard and white coloured car of Giancarlo Skula, who's now in 10th place. Ooh. Here he is, just coming out of Yuxka in the background, so it's not too far down the road for him to close down here on this Audi.
As well as Rado and Ricky going through Sunset. Rado trying to unlap himself. I saw that on just the corner of my eye, getting extremely close to touching.
Let's see if he's able to unlap himself now as they get up to the top of the hill. I don't think Ricci's going to give him too much of an issue here. If he is trying to unlap himself, he's got, 6 laps to play with, or 5 laps to play with there between the two of them. There shouldn't be too much of an issue there, but of course there is the possibility that the racing is happening out there. The Rigoli Racing EGA team of Roberto Ricci just keeping it all together at the moment and maintaining a really good margin. But he's got a bit of pressure there from the man in 7th place, and in 8th place, I should say, Anton Rado. And of course, it is a lap difference as opposed to a couple of seconds difference between those cars. So now the pressure is on, but will that pressure result in Ricci giving up the position and letting him come through to unlap himself? We'll wait and see.
I think Godot may want to get past him quite soon, because Kuchi may just catch up on him again.
So onto the brakes into Crowthorne. He has closed that gap down, but hasn't found a way past just yet. In the background, a little change up there between the two Audis just behind them. Remember, that is the 100 car of Lewis coming through there on Quade Claessen's, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit of a maneuver there from Brett Lewis as he comes through. Lewis pushing hard to maybe make up a little bit of ground. We got a 10-second penalty once again to Kevin Chartier. And I said that you can't afford to make any mistakes in terms of penalties being implied to your cars, because that just adds extra time to your race time and gives possibilities to the Lewis team in the Audi, the South African team in 4th place, to maybe still be in a shout of closing that 4-lap gap down. more and more time penalties, more and more mistakes on track is not what you want to be doing with just over 4 hours to go.
Definitely. A short T, I think he's going to be pushing incredibly hard. I think he has been, hence the 10-second penalty. I think that 10-second is for an avoidable collision. I think Rodon may have gotten past Ricci, sorry. Let's have a look if he has done yet.
Chartier just continuing on his merry way, trying to maintain.
And
No, he's
no,
still
he
behind
hasn't.
him.
Well, that's not good. He's also got Zazreki in front of him, that purple, bluey, and green Lamborghini.
I think Lamborghini South Africa and Lamborghini Johannesburg probably looking at this car going, why did you paint those wheels yellow?
Yeah.
But needless to say, it's still circulating there. And in 20th place, trying to make up some ground on Patterson, who's now taken over the wheel of the Porsche. A little fight on between, of course, Lamborghini and Porsche there for top 20 honors. And, of course,
Schooler's also dived into the pit lane as well, the 520 car, who is in 10th place. He's going to probably drop behind Cardinal now. I think you've lagged out there. Yeah, I think Greg has lagged out once again. Kuchi 4.9 seconds behind Rideau. Ricky is still ahead of the Bentley of Rideau. He needs to get past him if he wants to have a. I think if Rideau wants to have a fighting chance of staying in 8th place, he has to get past him quite quickly. But Richie is going to go down the inside. And yeah, the Lamborghini just letting through down into the Crocodiles, not causing any issues. Oh, almost coming onto the side of Radal, but everything seems fine. I think Greg's back now.
It is now.
There we go.
Apologies for that. I don't know what happened. The stream just died on me there, but I'm back again. And yeah, the battle continuing here. It's great to see. But as I said, it's not for position on track at this stage. It's kind of more for unlapping themselves and getting some laps back in hand as we're into the last 4 hours of the 24-hour.
Yes, 3 hours and 58 minutes remaining. This is the part where the drivers start to have cramps in their feet, in their legs, in their arms. And they've been racing so hard throughout the past couple of hours. And I think 344 has had a little bit of a moment through Cheetah, because I saw him on the map there and yellow flags were being waved. Kuchi is now only 5.3 seconds behind Radal. Radal still fighting to get past Richie, but it seems like Richie is the faster car.
Yeah, at this stage, it must be pretty frustrating for Antoine Rideau, because he's up onto the back end of the man. He wants to pass for position in the overall standings of this race. But of course, he's got to do that another, another 9 times or another 6 times before he can do anything in terms of the man in front of him. Yeah. Milton Stilvassen in the back now, starting to get into the thick of it as well. He's, of course, the 5th car on track. And he's had a sort of up and down as well throughout the 20 hours of racing that we've had so far. Had a couple of off-track excursions on a few occasions as well. And now just trying to survive the last 3 hours and 57 minutes of race action here at the Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour.
Let's see, who are we gonna focus on here? So I think Milton. I think he's cemented his 5th place. He's been running incredibly well the past couple of hours. And Zazeki has got off the track at Cheetah. We're gonna have a replay of that. Yes, we are. I think Claessen's in front of him. So maybe Claessen, or did he get on the curb? I think he may have gone to the curb. No, he just lost it on the outside. We're seeing a lot of that recently. Going a bit too wide and then lighting up the rear tyres on his spin.
He's done it on a few occasions, and that car particularly has had a few times where it's come into Cheetah a little bit too hot and got the back end to step out without clipping the curbs. So looks like Kamil Zazeki going to have to do some work now to make up that ground that he's lost after that off-track excursion and the little spin he's had coming out of Cheetah.
Lindsay Ray is now about 1.7 seconds behind Sozeki now. So the BMW still going strong. Will he be able to get that stealthily 21st place? We have to wait and see.
Well, he's just up the road. Zozeki, after that mistake, has fallen into the clutches there of Brent Lindsay Ray in the BMW. And if Lindsay Ray's team have got some communication to him, they're going to be telling him, listen, 2 cars up the road from you, and we're going to be into 21st place. We've still got a chance of making the top 20. Let's push. BMW comes out of Leocorp. Oh, he runs a bit wide. A little bit wide there. That's also starting to feel the effects of 20 hours of racing and the fatigue, possible and potential little mistakes here and there going to be coming out of the sort of back-end drivers. These are guys, of course, that are doing it for the fun and games of it, as opposed to the serious side and the top 10. Take nothing away, they are still pushing just as hard, trying to concentrate as hard as the guys who are running at the front of the race.
Sozeki has been running very wide recently on at Cheetah. Lindsay Ray, 1.5 seconds behind. He may have an opportunity to get past him. I think that is who's that from? I think it's one of the leaders who's in front, who just lapped Sozeki again. Lindsay Ray, let's see if he can catch up. If he does catch up, I'm pretty sure he'll be able to do a move, but that Lamborghini is incredibly wide.
He's trying hard, I can tell you, and Brett Lindsay Ray is probably trying a little bit too hard. He needs to just settle down in a rhythm, keep the rhythm going, because if Zozeki's making mistakes, he doesn't have to put the pressure on. The pressure's already being put on Zozeki by himself. Kilian Ryan Minen is now in the lead car, so there was a driver change in that pit stop for the SideMax Motorworks team. And I wonder if Kilian Ryan Minen is going to try and hang in there, possibly to take it right to the end. Or will they make Michael get back into the car to finish up the race? Remember, there's only 2 drivers in this team if you've just joined us. That's a welcome to Ernie Vermaak and to Carol Radloff, who've joined us as well. Carol all the way down in East London. And also a big welcome to Jeff Den, multiple SA motocross champion, joining us on our live stream. So good to have those guys here too. My Queen's just woken up too, so happy Mother's Day to the Queen. And just got a nice cup of cappuccino there from my Queen, buddy. Nice. Hope Mom brought you a cappuccino. Or did you go off quickly to make Mom a cappuccino?
No, I don't like coffee, so I don't necessarily make coffee.
Oh no, but your mom might like it, eh?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it is Mother's Day, by the way. Just to remind everybody, hey, happy Mother's Day to all the moms who are out there. Carol Radloff, your son is doing a superb job out there. And great to see the support there from the Eastern Cape and Border Motorsport Club, guys. We're going to be down your way pretty soon for the South African Endurance Series as well. So look forward to catching up with you guys at the East London Grand Prix circuit. But thanks so much for the support. This is second place. Zach Royale doing an amazing job for the SideMax Motorworks team. They, of course, are sitting 1 and 2 on the road. Team cars 96 and 97, first and second place. 3 laps between the 2 cars, of course, with Kevin Chartier, and a 10-second penalty going to be incurred on him on his next stop into the pits, down in third place in the Bentley.
Yeah, the SideMax Motorworks have done extremely well in the last couple of hours. I mean, 1-2 with basically no one in front of them and behind them in terms of position. Except for Chartier, who's 25.7 seconds behind, but I don't think Zach will be too worried about that.
And not at this point in time, that is for sure. I know that we're supposed to be handing across to our European team as well. I'm not quite sure where they're standing by. Maybe Nick can just come into our ears and let us know when that handover period is going to be. But I was under the impression that they should have actually already have joined us. Whether or not they have or not, we'll maintain the commentary until then. But Zach Royale at this point in time just doing a superb job. Also, exactly what his teammate up the road is doing in Kilian Ryan Minen is just circulating, staying out of harm's way, not doing any maneuvers that could potentially spoil their day in any form of maneuvering. And that's the idea is, of course, now to try and survive for the next 3 hours and 51 minutes.
That'll be incredible.
Okay, so we've got about 5 more minutes of the voice of choice, Craig Maloney and Clark King, and then we're going to hand across to our European team of Rara Gill and, of course, our ex-South African or expat South African George G-Max Smith. They're going to be joining us from the European side of things and the UK. But let's just summarize what we've seen so far here, Clarky, in terms of the race action since we joined us and since everybody joined us as part of the breakfast team that is bringing you all the race action so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of spins and smashes. One of them, namely, being Mulder's and Lexus coming together, a jet ski sweep. We had a Lambo spinning round, hitting the wall. It's been a very action-packed 2 hours of the breakfast part of this race. Yeah, breakfast run. Didn't know what to.
We did the breakfast run here, Clark and I are doing the breakfast run here. We're going to be handing over to our brunch team, and then I'll join them a bit later on to take us to the final part of the day's racing. We're going to be finishing up at 12 o'clock. We started on the dot at 12 o'clock yesterday, and looking forward to, of course, the next 3 hours and 50 minutes of race action. Other interesting fact, if you have just joined us there, as Tian Marais and Willie van der Westhuizen have done on the Solidarity E-Race page, is our initial race leader unfortunately had some technical issues, the GTWR team, and they have had to pull out. We have had about 10 retired cars out of the race itself in terms of actual positions on track. So 37 cars still circulating out there of the 47 that started. The lead car, Kilian Ryan Meenan, at the moment leading things up. We're watching Brian Lewis, the lead South African car there. He's in 4th place at the moment, 4 laps down on Kevin Chartier. Kevin Chartier is another man that, of course, our next commentary team will have to keep an eye on, because he's now started to pull about just over 20 seconds between himself and the second car of Zach Royale. So there's definitely going to be a possible fight for 2nd and 3rd place on the cards in the next hour or so of action that G-Max and Rara are going to take you through. And then, of course, just a heads up that Ryan Meenan and Michael Katsagoglu, unfortunately, only 2 drivers in that lead car. George Boothby had to pull out, and so did the second the third of the 4 drivers. And it's up to the 2 drivers left in that car now to try and see them through to what would be an epic triple victory in a 24-hour at Kyalami. They've won 2 in a row in the past 2 events, and it looks like they're going to be up for a possible 3rd and hat-trick of victories here in the Kyalami 24-hour. Brought to you by Pure Storage, NEC Corporation, DataSciences Corporation, Oxide, SuperMicro and AMD, and of course the broadcast brought to you by an incredible team behind the scenes of Racing Club International. We are racing the Assetto Corsa Competizione, and of course it is the Intercontinental GT Championship cars that we are piloting around the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit here in South Africa. And if you've joined us from all around the world, a massive welcome to you this morning from myself, Greg Maloney, and from Clark King, my fellow commentator, and the young protege that we have found in terms of commentary here in South Africa as the commentary search in the lockdown period happened. And he, of course, was one of our top contenders there, along with Carl Lawrence and George Smith. And they were our top 3 in that competition. So a final word from your side, please, Clarky.
I just wanted to say thank you for a blessed day, blessed Mother's Day for all the mothers, not just in the motorsport community, just all around the world. I hope you have a great day. I hope you're going to be spoiled with coffees and all that. And yeah, again, we've done 20 hours now, 21 hours of this race, and the action is not over yet. It's still action packed.
From my side, Clark, I'm going to say a massive thanks to you, buddy, and a very well presented job that you've put together today, joining not only myself but also, of course, Mike Jones and Jesse Lee at 1.2. I'm sure that they were pretty impressed. To everybody else that is out there that's watching, Michael Ollers has just joined us along with Willie van der Westhuizen. Just remember that this young man alongside me is only 12 years of age, and he has started his commentary career and his motorsport career here, courtesy of the Solidarity E-Race. We've got about 20 seconds to go. We're going to be handing across to George Smith and to Ryan Gill and George Smith over in the UK. Of course, our fellow commentators. They're going to take you through the next 2 hours of race action. I will come and join them in about 2 hours' time to take you right to the closing stages and to the checkered flag. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
Good day to you lovely viewers out there, wherever you're joining the world. Maybe not a good day, maybe a bit of a grey day, but it does not matter. It's a great day because we are coming towards the end of our Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour session. 3 hours and 44 minutes on the clock remain. Plenty of time for us to still get some time in to talk about things. And my name is George Smith, back in the box alongside my good friend Ryan Gill. And of course, we've got Stewie bringing us the broadcast action on the camera side. So it should be a good little 2-hour stint for us before we see Greg and Clark join us back again for the conclusion of the race. Ryan, did you manage to get some rest in, or were your eyes glued onto the racing action?
Good morning, George, first of all, and good morning to everyone else out there. I did manage to get some sleep. I got about 5 to 6 hours of sleep, and I'm going to need it today. A 6-hour race at Bathurst later on in the afternoon, alongside our broadcaster Stewie for this morning stint. But let's have a look and see where we are. When we left off, Killian, the number 96 more specifically, was leading the way, and the number 97 and the 367 were kind of trading back and forth between that second and third place, and doesn't really seem like too much has changed over the course of the night stint. The 367 has a 10-second penalty, but most importantly for the 96 team, we've got a 3-4 lap lead at this stage in the race, and after we had a little bit of a chat with Killian Ryan Meaden last night, that'll come in handy for when they have to eventually put Malinowski in the car if they haven't already.
Plenty of things have changed in terms of some of the teams that have unfortunately had to retire, though. I mean, in the bigger scheme of things, what is it, about 9 teams that have dropped out since we saw the start taking place, and that's about the almost the same number that we had racing live at the 9-hour last year. So, COVID times and such kind of put a spanner in the works for all of that. But for a lot of these drivers, it's now sort of getting to that point where you can start to see a finishing line up ahead. Of course, wherever you are in the field, it's an accomplishment to be able to take it home to the checkered flag along with your teammates. Nobody just doing this race in a single format session, having 3, 4, 5 teammates to share the load with, and that in itself is a management nightmare. As we see now, we're done with the nighttime. We are back into a nice glowing day. We heard Clark and Greg welcome us in this morning, nice and bright and early. We can see Michael Appleton just looping that Aston Martin around just slightly, coming down into Crowthorne. It looked like the rejoin looked a little bit more dangerous to us from that perspective on the cameras, but I think big shunts into the wall and had to wait to clear the traffic before he was able to rejoin. That's not the place you want to be, facing in the wrong direction. It's always a bit treacherous to try and rejoin on here. Gets the car turned. It was a little bit dangerous on the rejoin, but I guess you have to find a spot to try and get the car back on the circuit. Maybe the stewards can have a little look-see into that.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely, they either had their teammate watching the track map or they were watching the track map themselves to see when they could come back on the circuit. And, you need to make a judgment call at some point in time. You can't sit on the inside of the corner forever, and not as dangerous as we maybe thought it was on the first time by. That's what different perspectives can give you, but I'm sure the Bentley wasn't too appreciative of it, but nothing too serious. The stewards will probably give it a bit of a look over, but I would be surprised if anything got done, because it is quite an awkward position to be in your car, and with the field so spread out like they are right now, if you look at the track map on the right-hand side of your screen, you're really going to struggle to find a gap of clear space if you have looped a car around and you need to get it facing the right direction.
Too true, too correct. The 101 here. Patterson Works Sim Racing. Alan Patterson at the helm, making good progress to catch up to the likes of Jonathan Bentz in that 777 Audi, and making sure that they try and get the Porsche up ahead of the Audi before the 3-hour mark. The pressure starting to be put on from the yellow and black Porsche as they come through sunset, you can just see the Audi running a little bit wide, kicking up a little bit of dust. Not enough that's going to impact their straightaway speed. This kind of part of the track doesn't really allow you to lose too much coming through there if you are still carrying momentum. But up to the top of the hill into this braking zone, often a time to have a look, some opportunities. I think Alan Patterson just a little bit too far back to have a move on this lap, but certainly just reeling in the 777 as they make their way down towards the mine shaft.
And making their way through the crocodiles now and in pursuit, and this is one of the great things about these really long endurance races, George, is that we're over 20 hours in, approaching 21 hours into this race, and there's two cars here with completely different lineups and completely different car philosophies in the way that those cars were designed. And yet, over the space of 20 and something hours so far, they're just separated by less than half a second so far. And it really is one of the amazing things about GT endurance racing and endurance racing in general, is that it is quite incredible how close some of these teams can be after such a long period of time. To think you can almost be racing for an entire day, and between the two of you on track, there is less space than you could probably put an elbow's width between.
A lot of hard work and effort, I think, from both teams coming out. I know that that 101 Porsche, they've been plagued with some difficulties, having to kind of just grit their teeth and get on with it. Not having the best driver swaps and things like that has put them down the field. Of course, Leslie Oliphant, the man who qualified that car for the Super Pole side, we saw a stunning 39 lap coming out that pretty much set the tone of what would happen for the Super Pole setup. And quite early on, they were plagued with those issues. They found themselves tumbling down the order. And now it's a game of redemption, trying to see where they can get it by the time that checkered flag is dropped. And a lot of hard work and effort to pick yourself up from, being towards the back of the order and having to make your way back through the field.
Number 89 Aston Martin in pursuit of the 23 Lamborghini. Another battle that we have on track at this point in time. And the 23 Lamborghini, I believe they had Ted Edwards from that car up for an interview last night whilst Team America were going on. See how their race has gone so far, and obviously being the lone Lamborghini in the field, as you just see Bentz making a mistake there in the Audi. That's going to allow Patterson to go around the outside on the back straight towards Sunset. Is the Porsche going to get the move done on the outside? Just has a little bit of a twitch, and that's going to give the advantage back towards the Audi. There's going to be contact, and that's Patterson around. And not an ideal situation for the PWSR Porsche. And that car has had its own set of problems already in this race, and I'm not going to be too happy about that as well. And, well, have to get it back facing the right direction and have another go again when they eventually do catch up over the course of the next however many laps it takes.
All that hard work quickly undone. And unfortunately for them, that is going to be a bit of a sad moment. Once you've caught up to a driver and a team, you know that you can do it again. You've got the raw pace on the circuit. Finding a place past is another thing. We've said it before. Catching up is one, and making that move is another. Another team making strides in catching up. Martin Rotenbach here in their Aston Martin entry, and they coming down a little bit squiggly, it looked like, coming into Yuxke. As we jump on board to just see what happened. Oh, it was on the exit then of Crowthorne, and a nice little catch as well, just in the mid phase of the Yuxke sweep to just get themselves back into control. That is going to shave a couple of tenths on the progression that they were making up. So the number 89, who was sitting on the back end of that number 23 Lamborghini in front of them, has dropped off just a couple of car lengths, but certainly looking to just recover and get themselves back into contention for being able to challenge that 21st spot.
In 21st place at this point in time, 21 laps down on the leader, Killian Ryan Meenan, who has soldiered on through the night alongside Michael Kundachoglou in the 96 Sidemax car. But here is the Aston Martin, going to have a little bit of a look up towards Cheetah, but thinking better of it, and definitely a wise decision. Still 3.5 hours of this race to go. Doesn't need to be making any silly mistakes at this point in time, and they will go on for another lap with the number 23 Lamborghini. Keeps itself ahead. But judging by the pace of the Aston Martin, kind of get the feeling, George, it's going to be sooner rather than later that they find their way past.
I feel the same way. I think Martin Rotenbach, a very talented driver. Been privileged to kind of see him a lot in the South African leagues. And to me, a driver that has the ability to catch up to another team and make a pass. So I don't think it's going to be too long before we see that taking place on the circuit. The ambitious but rubbish Lamborghini, that's their team name. I'm not being rude before I get called out on that. But, you know, they just have to do their own work to just keep that Lamborghini as wide as they can. Just hit every apex that they can focus on and try and force the mistake from the car behind them. Outbrake themselves or any of those sort of actions can take place. Rodenbach trying to see if he can get a little bit close at the top of Leeuwkop. It is a section that you can reel other drivers in. One correct line that works above someone else making a mistake. You can find a lot of time, especially on the run down to the mine shaft. A little switchback coming through. Rodenbach on the inside as he outbraked himself a little bit here. No, not at all. Actually going to get that Aston Martin in the perfect position to just be able to defend against any counter-attack from the number 23 that we now see behind him.
Yeah, good move from is that Martin Reutenbach and in the number 89. I think the 23 maybe just thinking better of it at this stage in the race and just allowing them through. Still 3 hours to go. Things can still happen and the pace can still change as driver swaps go through. And maybe not wanting to risk anything at this point in time. And that's perfectly understandable from a lot of the POVs of these drivers. Quite a few of them have had to come back from disconnects or incidents that they've had very early on in the race that put them a few laps down at the start. And we have a couple of teams that are about 50-60 laps down, but they're still going in the with the intention of finishing this race and maybe with the hopes of making up a place or two before the end. And 3.5 hours, plenty of time for mistakes to still happen. All it takes is a brief moment, or as you'll often hear in the real racing world, the blink of an eye, and everything can change. And it's still very, very true in the sim racing world as well.
Anything can happen, regardless of that time at the top of the stream and the broadcast. Of course, if you are joining us this morning from wherever you are, maybe the evening, if you in your night time zone, it is of course the Pure Storage 24 Hours of Kyalami in partnership with Solidarity E-Race and powered by RaceFace. And we've had a whole host of commentators going through this duration of the race. It's been a nice little mixed effort from everybody involved. We can still see that Rotenbach is doing a good job to keep that Lamborghini behind them. Here we jump to a race replay, and Grant Findlay in that Lexus, getting it all wrong, catching that inside anti-cut at Cheetah, and just having a little excursion out to the dirt and gravel, going to cost him some time on the clock. I'm not sure that it was any positions that would be lost out there. I think those were just cars coming about to do their own race from that perspective. But the 344 back on circuits, a very dirty car. We heard people talking about the need to have a little hose pipe out, giving them a wash. I think once this race is done, certainly going to be well worth washing off all the dirt and grime that has been endured during this long endurance race.
there is something rather, I think, not attractive, but rather interesting about seeing how these cars do change in that sense of, you know, they pick up all the dust particles if they go off the track. Of course, they pick up some dirt as well, and obviously with the insects that get stuck to the car and the windshields over the course of the race, it's not as prominent, should we say, in the sim as it is in the real world. Have you ever seen the picture of the Toyota at Goodwood? It was the 24-hour winning Toyota at Le Mans. It was brought to Goodwood Park, and they hadn't actually washed the car since it had won the race at Le Mans. So people got an idea of what it looks like to see a car that's been through a 24-hour endurance race without a good wash down. And it is amazing how these cars can go from the pristine form that they are in at the start of the race to well, some of them look like completely different machines by the time they get to the end. But it's not stopping a lot of these guys, and they're going to continue onwards as they do. And this man up at the front right now, the dirt on his car has not slowed him down at all. He's about 2-3 laps up the road from the second place Sidemax Motorworks car of Zach Royal, 96 and 97. 1-2 as it stands at the moment, and that is what Sidemax came here to do. That was their intention today. They haven't they didn't take the lead in the way that they probably wanted to, but it is all about endurance, George, and that applies to your power and internet connection just as much as it does everything else.
It's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes it doesn't go the way that you wanted, but you certainly wouldn't be overly upset that you find yourself in the lead position. We did have a little chat with Kyalami and Meenan last night during our commentary stint, and got to kind of hear from them what their plan of action was. Of course, one of their drivers having very big connectivity issues coming through, knowing that Malinowski needs to come into the car and at least drive one lap for them. Not quite sure if that took place whilst we were having a bit of a nap in our comms break, but certainly the number 96 doing what they said they wanted to do, build themselves up a gap and keep themselves a gap, and it can only go down to consistency at this point to have kept themselves at the front end of the stick. They came out on Twitter very early on when this event was being organized and advertised to say that they wanted to come and make it a hat-trick of victories in 24-hour race events at Kyalami. And, I have to give it to them. Sometimes you walk the walk and sometimes you talk the talk. And I think they've done a little bit of both of that this weekend.
Yeah, the Sidemax team, like I said in the lead up, very much. There's something about this circuit with Sidemax where they just seem to excel when it comes to races here, and looking to make it 3 24-hour of Kyalami races on the trot, the hat trick, the full bag, the royal flush, is it called in poker? I don't do poker.
That doesn't. I don't know if that.
I'm not entirely sure, but you get the point. The point is that they are the masters of endurance in this race.
I think once they get up to 5 victories, then we can start using poker references of 5 cards. But
I think that's fair. We'll leave it for another 2 24-hour of Kyalami races.
Yeah.
But this team, I mean, it does just go to show the elite level that they race at and the professionalism of them as well. Killian Ryan Meenan said, they've been here before. They know the situation. They know that they can't take it for granted. And that is the sign of an elite team, a team that has a 3-lap lead. But that doesn't matter to them. They see a 3-lap lead the same way that they see a 3-second lead at this point in time, and they're going to keep charging onwards. And they're not just going to take it for granted, where some other teams, maybe, if they were in their position, probably would start to take it for granted a bit, and probably would start to potentially waver and have mistakes come out. But this team, they are bulletproof on a lot of occasions, and when they need to be bulletproof the most, they're definitely delivered today.
Making sure it counts where it counts, and this is the perfect place for them to just showcase their skill level. I think it's certainly something that we can talk about here, is just the mixed skill and variety of drivers on the grid, from those talented alien-like drivers that we've seen feature towards the top end of the very pertinent esports events in sim racing, and then a bunch of people that also aren't on that same skill level, sort of in the mid-pack, that have come through. I think a good reference last night was maybe having a pro class and a silver sort of grade race within the same race here. Of course, not being spread out and split, because everybody that came through and contributed a driver entry, proceeds going through to the Quad Para Association, which is a great cause. And I think it would be unjust for them to not have their 24-hour broadcast. So, it was kind of the call to try and have a big grid, try and have as many drivers and teams participating in this event. It's one of the first 24 hours that I'm aware of taking place in South Africa from a South African organization, especially with sort of the prize pool that is up for grabs, and the number of teams and drivers involved in it is something that is worth noting. So, I mean, it's a proud moment for me. I was involved in a lot of the organizational side behind it and trying to get things together. Of course, offering commentary here is my primary contributor most of the time. But for me, it's kind of cool to just see all these familiar names out on the circuit, and being able to drive around with some of the very best in Europe. Of course, we have had some of the European teams also plagued with difficulties. They haven't just come in and had an easy run. But in the bigger picture, it's just nice to see that there is this level of competitive racing, and people from all skill groups can enjoy it. It's something that you can get involved in, and it doesn't mean you have to come and enter into a competitive league. Plenty of fun, friendly, community-driven races that take place. All in all, it's been a fun event to be a part of, and with 3 hours 22 on the clock, it's definitely not done just yet. I saw Brian Lewis asking in the chat. He's from that Arashi Racing team. They were sitting in P4 the last time I saw an update coming through. He's asking when we're going to do a 12-hour of Bathurst. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for me to just reset after this one, and maybe start to plan something for later on in the year. Keep those things considered. 12-hour of Bathurst could be a lot of fun, couldn't it, Ryan?
It does, and a 12-hour of Bathurst feels like a 24-hour, to be honest, of how brutal that track is. It would definitely be exciting, though, and obviously, ACC has this very fine collection of circuits. I think if you looked at the total collection that the ACC has, with the British GT circuits, the Intercontinental circuits, and of course the European GT World Challenge circuits, there's a very nice mix, isn't there, George, of circuits. Of course, we've got things like Spa and Monza, obviously staples on a global scale, but then we also have things like Bathurst and Kyalami as well. And of course, some of the newer tracks like Donington Park and Alton Park have been getting quite a lot of love from the sim racing community as well. So, there's plenty of tracks that could go up for the offer of RaceFace's next endurance race, but Bathurst would definitely be one of those on the bucket list, alongside quite a few other tracks, I imagine. But we'll leave George to ponder on that one for a while, put all those tracks into a random number generator, and maybe see what it spits out.
I think that would be the way that I'd make decisions in my everyday life. It would be unfair to not do that for the next track selection, to be honest. Do I go to work today? Random number generator. One says yes, zero says no. Okay, cool. That made my decision up. So look at Kevin Chartier here in the All In Racing 367. They've had a good race as well, just always being towards the front end and keeping a nice and consistent pace. Of course, getting caught out and caught up by the number 97, the sister Sidemax car that is sitting in second place, Tinko van der Velde, a name that we're familiar with at the helm of that. But Kevin Chartier doing a good job at looking to find a podium for that Bentley. And talking about Bentleys, the second place Bentley, that 404 of Arno Vasaki, currently doing a great job as well. That's the Hybrid Academy, a team that's recently formed up here in South Africa, and they've got such a talented driver lineup. Daniel Rowe, of course, a real-life driver. Arno Vasaki, he's just a complete alien. Tariq Adam, who came over from the Call of Duty side and GT Sport to come into ACC and just started to blow people away with his sheer pace. And of course, Johan Bego Grobler, who's been involved in sim racing since I joined on the RaceFace side of things. So just a lot of cool drivers coming through. Like I talked about early on, it's nice to be able to highlight some of the talent that we've got here in South Africa as we continue to watch All In Racing, who isn't from South Africa, but doing a good job at keeping the Bentley up towards that podium paying position.
Yeah, they've done a fine job indeed, and throughout the majority of the first half of the race, we did see the Audis dominating the top 10, and whilst there are still 5 Audis in the top 10, they were concentrated within the top 6 cars for the first half, or the majority of the first half of the race. But now we've started to see that spread out quite a bit, George. We've got 3 Audis in the top 5, and we have 3 Bentleys in the top 10, and almost 4, in fact, as the Ida Pro Esports team just sitting outside the top 10 in a Bentley as well. So the overall dynamic of the pace of these cars does seem to have changed over the course of the night stint, and that is what we expected to see, that there would be some serious changes over the course of the night. And it is nice to see a couple more Bentleys up into the top 10, but noticeably, we do seem to be missing some of the cars that were high up in the order back when we were commentating. The Ferrari that we were looking at earlier on does seem to have mostly disappeared at this point in time. The 258 car looking like they have retired from the race. Not sure when that would have happened, but we did say that over the course of the night stint it was going to be the most difficult, and that is when we would see the most mistakes made, and we would start to see teams drop.
It's kind of the thing that we touched on, wasn't it? That it's hard to try and get a little bit of shut-eye in. Important to just keep yourself fresh so that you can continue with comms and be of assistance in the broadcast. But you close your eyes, you wake up, and things have shuffled around. Some of the teams that we were keeping an eye on had managed to drop away. The Arashi Racing team, for them, they found themselves towards the back end of the top 10 when we were asleep, and they seem to have made their way back up through the order. Good job from JC Grobler coming in there. Brian Lewis, of course, one of his teammates, and I believe it's Stefan Wessels. So a little 3-man team that comes through to make up that team. The MSV Racing Aston Martin in that glorious blue, adorned with more blue on the livery. We talked about liveries yesterday. We had a nice little run through. Is it another blue or is it black? I think it's black. Maybe a bit of grey. I think we've come to realize I'm a bit colorblind.
I think every color is blended into one, George, at this point. I think everything looks blue, red, and green to me.
So the MSV Racing team, I think they're also just a 3-man team. Simon Keeble, Jason Kellaway involved in that team. We're going to have a look at Jonathan Bentz in that 777, seeing what's being caught here on our race replay cams. A little bit of a loop, I think, coming into Crowthorne. Ooh, I mean, quite a spectacular sort of drift around, making it look like he had done some synchronous drifting with the car behind him, but keeping it away from becoming a problem for someone else, and now feeling a little bit of that pressure coming in from behind. That's the 5. Is that the 505 Bentley behind? Yes, it is. So that's not going to be for position. That's Erasmus trying to maybe unlap themselves. The pace is going to be a little bit off from the 777, of course, cooking up the tires slightly, putting too much heat in them. Going to be struggling for grip for a little bit of stop-go. 30-second penalty coming out for the number 32 Hawks Racing team. And for them, that's not going to be something that's going to aid in their progress up the field, just keeping it nice and wide. You see the blue flags being waved, meaning they have to move out of the way. But for the Hawks Racing team, and of course Pulsar at the helm here, that stop-go 30 is going to be a little bit frustrating for them.
Just touching on the MSVR car of Milton Steele-Vassen. It's in there at the moment, up in 5th place. They're a team very much like GTWR that have kind of come into prominence in ACC fairly recently, but MSVR much more recently than GTWR. I mean, the first time I think I'd heard of them was back in January of this year, when they first made an appearance for the RCI World Tour. And plenty of pace in that car. Milton Steele-Vassen and Simon Keeble, I believe, competing in Split 1 of RCI's new Friday Championship, which has 7 splits across 300 drivers. But definitely plenty of talent in that team. And going to be a team that is going to be watched on the international scene a lot more over the next few months as they continue to improve as well. And hopefully after this kind of race as well, we will start to see some more of the South African teams move over to the more international scene, because there are plenty of talented teams here. And of course, we have lost a few of those today through no fault of their own, but still very, very exciting. And it is always great to see a lot of the local teams showing up to such a big event like this, and even having the mixed skill level element. It really is cool to come out and see everyone getting involved in such a great event.
Talking about those skill levels and sort of variations that come through, you kind of mentioned it there, talking about the 7 splits getting run at Racing Club International. Can you give a little bit of insight, perhaps, into how that's done and why it's done, just to highlight to the viewers who aren't really aware of the world of sim racing, maybe a bit intimidated to get involved with something because they feel that they won't stack up against some of the very best. How does it all work? How do you determine things like that? Does it work for the league racing that you've seen?
Well, I mean, it's a relatively simple formula in principle. It's got a bit of complication to it on the occasion, but from mostly what you do is you run what we call a pre-qualifying event. Basically, you take all the drivers to a track or 2 tracks, preferably, and you have them go around. You have them set lap times, and their fastest combined lap time between the 2 circuits will be used to determine where their split is. So basically, you take everyone's combined time, you throw them in a leaderboard, and then basically you say, okay, first 40 are split 1, then the next 40 are split 2, and you just go so on, so on, so on. So you kind of get this structure of about 7 splits in our case, wherein everyone is reasonably close to each other. I mean, I'm racing in split 4 for the Friday Championship. I was hoping to get into split 3. I was just a bit short of it, unfortunately. But I tell you what, there was some great racing, and it was so close in the qualifying session for the first round we had this Friday. I think the top 33 of 40 drivers split by a second. And when you've got that kind of element in league racing, when it's that tightly packed across all the different skill levels, I mean, we've got people from alien level, the best of the best in ACC, all the way down to rookies as well in Split 7, getting involved. And that's the amazing thing, is that as long as you're ready to commit, as long as you're a safe driver, your pace is fine. We can find a split for you, and it's not impossible to be competitive. It's a great learning platform as well, because it sets a goal for people. They can race in a series. They qualify, say, in split 7. maybe they do well in Split 7, they finish in the top 3. Their aim for next season has got to be Split 6. You know, it gives people a goal to work towards, and it's always interesting to put that dynamic into sim racing, because I think once you have a goal in mind, it becomes a lot more enjoyable. You have something to aim towards.
I like that, and I know just locally with the RaceFace side of things, they also do a very similar thing in just seeding the drivers so that you put up against drivers that are on your skill level. So a big shout out to all the leagues that do this kind of thing. And of course, if you are interested in getting into sim racing, that's kind of the place to get yourself into. You know, you go and start from maybe one of the bottom, the lowest splits, and you can work your way up. You know, it's a great sense of progression, I suppose, as well as a driver to be able to do so. I so look forward to having my rig set up again here in the UK, Ryan. I mean, I made the move over. I've got a container of all my worldly possessions coming over at some point, and I kind of get a little bit of an itch to get back in the rig, be able to drive again. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm sure by the time I do jump in, I'll be well off the pace of where I would like to be, and that means that there's a lot of hard work for me to go and set myself up once again. Looking at the logistical nightmare team here, the 520, the drive-through penalty allocated through to them. I think that might be for exceeding track limits, although I'm not 100% certain of that. I'm just going to say I think it might be for exceeding, and I think they're going to go in and serve that out now.
Yeah, get that penalty out of the way. And it is interesting when you do get into sim racing, you can start out at the bottom, and you can meet people that you go through some pretty serious development and relationship building with. If anyone was here for the conversation that we had with Killian Ryan Meenan last night, you would have heard that I have known Killian for his entire sim racing career, as he quoted it. Well, I mean, you and I were also in the same league at that point in time, and you know, it's one of those amazing things. We were in an ACR AM league, I think it was, if I remember correctly, and it was kind of amazing. You know, Tinker van der Velde, Killian Ryan Meenan, Harry Conway was in that race as well, and you and I look at them now and we go, you know, they're esports level. You know, they really are. They're esports level drivers, and it's kind of it's nice to see from us, because we have a bit more of a personal attachment to those drivers, because we raced against them. We were kind of mates with them when they started out, when they were in the AM splits alongside us, and you and I quite a bit off the pace at the moment, but yeah, probably because we don't race as much as they do. We're often stuck in the box, but it's, you know, it's incredible the journey that someone can take in such a short space of time, and it's all the more special when you know that person as well, and you know, you feel good because you feel proud of what they've been able to achieve as someone that you probably have a positive relationship with.
Even back in those days, you know, the actual Vision League days, racing with you guys, I still found myself towards the back end of those grids, and I've watched you all sail away from me. I mean, even you, Ryan, you know, you still get a lot of time to drive and race, and it's always nice to, you know, for me as a commentator to be able to commentate on some of your races. And I think for a lot of the local boys and teams that I get to see out here, boys and girls, should I say, getting into the sim racing side, I've seen the progression come through. So I touch on it quite often in my commentary sides. I do like that personal relationship that I've managed to build up with teams and drivers. I think it's so important to be sort of on the ball and follow along the progress of you know, fellow drivers. And for me, it was always a little bit too much to try and do everything at once, to commentate, to drive, to work, to try and have all of that balance together. And it kind of just got away from me the time that I could spend in the seat. Of course, you know, White Rabbit Gaming, my passion behind the scenes, the team that picked me up to represent sim racing. And not just as a driver, but kind of to be a voice in South Africa, to try and highlight what we've got going, and just seeing more teams form up and drivers coming in and out of the lineup, our academy team coming through the ranks. For me, that was all part of the bigger picture. Just a shout out to our YouTube chat as well. Just got the comments coming through here. Richard Herring in the chat, a good friend of mine that I started doing commentary with back in the day that Monday Night Racing was around, and we're doing stuff for a league called Dominus Gaming. That was really our first touch in things. Along with Eddie Francis, he currently runs out the Monday Night Racing side and continues to give people a good dose of weekly racing on a Monday night, and that is completely amateur friendly for people to come through and do things. I see Tsebo Maloto in there, another driver that I met through doing sim racing and became a very good friend of mine. Very sad for me to leave a lot of these people behind when I did leave South Africa. I see Ashley Wilson in the chat as well, doing a lot of stuff. We were at school together. We got involved in doing esports after school, not always in contact all the time, but it's heartwarming to kind of read the comments and just see that we've got everybody around here. Sarko here as well. It just brings a smile to my face seeing everybody in the chat and supporting this great cause. I think Terence also just highlighting how many teams and drivers are still left in this. We haven't lost a lot. We have lost a few, but you kind of got to focus on the glass being full more than empty. And for the number of teams that we've got here, it's incredible to see that they've endured such a long race to still be here.
Yeah, it is great to see so many teams still left in the race. And touching on that kind of, element of seeing all these people, develop over the course of sim racing career in quotation marks. I'll say, but it's interesting from my side to hear your thoughts on it, because as you'll have found out, kind of already, or will find out very soon, is that over here in Europe, those kind of closed communities exist, or not really closed communities, but rather specific communities to certain countries and nationalities do exist, but they're on a much smaller scale to what you would expect. And in the UK specifically, where we are right now, they don't really exist at all. There aren't really any, kind of small British communities, should we say, that kind of exist out there. All the British communities that exist are pretty much considered international communities at this point in time. Racing Club International, primarily staffed by British and European staff members, is an international community. OTL, British founded, but has drivers from all over the world. Actral Vision, British founded, has drivers and staff members from all over the world as well. And it's just kind of interesting to hear your part of these kind of smaller communities that, kind of build up these, these small gatherings of people, very close-knit community where a lot of people know each other. And the scene is fairly small and until you wander out onto the international level. And it's just very interesting because it's not something that that I've really had a chance to experience, and it's always interesting to hear other people's side of it.
It's certainly something that you can't kind of just have knowledge on across all communities, and I'm sure if we look at things and we were to look at maybe the Australian community, we'd see something completely different. If we kept an eye out on what's happening in the Asian sim racing scene, the American and South American sides, I think there's a lot of sim racing going down, and I think trying to get everybody onto a sort of global format where we can all compete against each other. I think time zones probably the biggest factor coming into us not being able to keep a track on all of those communities. But for me, that's what it's about. It's about the drivers. It's about these teams. that put in the hard work and make our lives kind of fun and entertaining, being able to be broadcasters and commentators. People often ask me, why do you do this? Why do you get behind the microphone? And I get the same sort of kick out of I got when I was driving in these events, finishing off a race and not being able to sleep for hours. I get that same sort of excitement when it comes to being able to broadcast races. So for me, that's why I stick around. That's why I do it.
I have just received a private message from Killian Ryan Meenan, and he has told me he's dead. He's really feeling it. He said the last 15 hours of the race have just been him and Michael charging away at that car over the course of the night, and I mean, fair play to them. They really have had to deal with it. As far as I know, there is only one team that is driving with 2 drivers, according to the timing table. That's the number 70 Aston Martin down in 35th place. They've only got 2 drivers to the name of that car. But Michael Kundashoglu and Killian Ryan Meenan having to share the car for the last 15 hours. It's been pretty brutal on them, and not sure when Tortellini, or Malinowski rather, to use his real surname, will get in the car. But I'm pretty sure that Killian Ryan Meenan and Michael Kundashoglu are going to be hoping that it's sooner rather than later, so that they can get some form of rest.
A little bit of a break. That's always needed when you are pushing yourself out on the circuit. And just so you guys do know, I've popped a little link into the YouTube channel for you guys to be able to track the timing sheet live. Of course, we don't show everybody all the time, and there's nuances in racing that mean we don't catch everything all the time. So if you are following a particular team, you want to see their progress, we have popped a link in there to the YouTube channel. You just click on that, have it open in another tab, put it on another screen, open it on your phone, be able to just sort of track the progress live, a little bit of insight behind what we get to see as well as commentators. Cool little tool developed out, of course, by Stewie, our broadcaster and developer at Racing Club International. Stewie also highlighting the German and French communities that we haven't mentioned when talking about communities, Ryan. And I think there are just so many niche markets out there, and big niche markets at that. So start to not be able to call them niches. Maybe I need to get better at German and French to be able to participate in such things. Although, thinking about it, my only language really is English, and I struggle at that one at the best of times. So I'm not a linguist, and I would like to be more involved in things like that. I'm always amazed by some people's ability to learn and be fluent in multiple languages. I think in my future, I would like to put that down to be able to do a little bit more and understand and learn some other languages too.
Maybe I can find a Spanish community to get involved in on a somewhat regular basis. Being able to speak Spanish.
It's actually been a long time since you've brought up Spain and Spanish. It used to be.
I mean,
it used to be my go-to, my thing with you. Like, count how many seconds you get before Ryan talks about Spain or Spanish.
Because okay, so here's the reason why. When I lived in Spain, I didn't think much of it at the time. Living in Spain, I knew quite a few English people that were around where I lived in Spain. Lived in Mallorca, one of the holiday islands. But when I returned to the UK, a lot of people were like, "Oh, I've never been to a foreign country," and a lot of them could barely speak a foreign language. They learned French or German in school, but they learned it to a basic level. As if I came into the shops and said, "I can't speak English." So, I mean, that's basically the level that they learnt at. And
so can I ask you if we can do one commentated lap on board with a car in Spanish?
Oof.
You brought this up onto yourself, to be honest. I mean, you would be disappointing our entire chat if you didn't do it, even if you attempted it and did it terribly. Remember the one time you made me sing the South African national anthem?
I did make you sing the South African national anthem. I remember. Maybe that was a curse in disguise though, because it was shortly after that that the Red Line Motorsport community kind of disappeared. So I don't know if maybe we cursed ourselves.
I think you need to start speaking Spanish because we're on board with
RaceFace
the leader.
is hopefully not going anywhere. But we can do an onboard lap, I guess. So we've got Michael Kundachoglu here. And I've just realised that I've started this slightly late because he's already going through turns 3 and 4.
We'll watch an onboard lap with him we'll just watch him go round, and it's preparation here. You can start to think about your thoughts and words, and you'll be able to hopefully fire something out for us and impress the whole chat. Apparently, if we do a good Spanish lap, we'll get a lot more likes. The people in the chat said they would like our stream and share it with their family groups, and you know how popular WhatsApp groups are. Might drive the viewership up too. So, Ryan,
George, some of your WRG homies, as you call them, are saying you can't even speak Afrikaans. How are you going to learn German? What do you have to say to that?
I mean, my teammates, I even want to just put it in like inverted commas, didn't even pick a Porsche for Kyalami. They hurt me. They picked an Aston Martin, and now in the chat calling me out for not being able to speak Afrikaans, which is fair. I think a lot of the Afrikaans community will be upset by the way that I pronounce their surnames, as well as just general Afrikaans. So, you know, I can change. I can do better. Ryan, I hope you're preparing yourself, because out 3 sheets of the number 96 goes into Ingwe. The last time you'll hear English on this stream for the next onboard lap. Over to my Spanish co-caster, Ryan Señor Rairagil.
Pues aquí vamos con el Michael Kondachoglu por el vuelta en español aquí por Kyalami. Entra into el turno 2 y vamos aquí en el Audi número 96, continuando por el Yaxkey Sweep y up towards el Barbecue Corner. Entrábamos a la exida y aquí viendo el Aston Martin in front. Oh, I messed it up. Oh, I said in front instead of adelante. Oh, no.
It's fine. Keep going. Keep going, Ryan.
Pues aquí continuamos con el Michael Kondachoglu en la salida del Corner Sunset y entre el Crowthorne. Aquí vamos por los S. Ahí viene adelante al Liu Cop, a la alta del circuito. Y por aquí en Kyalami, aquí vamos por el Liu Cop. Y ahora a la salida del Liu Cop vamos down el Mineshaft, adelante a la salida. Y venimos a los Crocodiles, antes de llegando al Cheetah, uno de los vueltas más seguras del número 96. Y vamos a la última vuelta aquí del circuito con Michael Kondachoglu a la salida del Ingwe y adelante por una vuelta, pero ahora en inglés.
That was incredible.
I butchered a few words there. It's been a while since I've spoken fluent Spanish.
To be honest, Ryan, I've got a big smile on my face. You've made my morning so far. You delivered, and I hope that the stream just appreciates a little bit of our banter that we can have between each other, of course, on the track. A lot of action taking place, but in the comms box, we just out here having some fun. I really, really enjoyed that, and I think even our broadcaster Stewie more impressed than we thought that would be. I'm almost speechless, but it takes a lot to stop me from talking.
Expected, apparently. I don't know what Stewie's expectations were. But anyway, I haven't spoken Spanish fluently for quite a while. Probably need to brush up. I haven't used Spanish really. I haven't really used racing terms in Spanish for a long time. In fact, when I was in Spain, I can't actually remember the last time I went to a racing circuit. But nevertheless, we'll continue onwards. The rest of the stream should hopefully be in English.
I'm just letting you know, I'm not doing your Spanish. We'll probably just
I wouldn't
upset.
say we've redeemed ourselves at all.
We'll just upset a lot of people if I try and do it in Afrikaans.
If there were any Spanish viewers in the chat at this moment on time, I am severely apologetic for what was most definitely not the most professional Spanish.
Fridge Finlay just saying that they thought that you had hit the Google Translate button. That's how good it was. So, you know, just...
I've seen Google Translate do Spanish before. That's probably not a compliment.
I've seen people make cool songs using Google Translate, and they sounded pretty good. So we'll just have a look at Tinko van der Velde on the live feed while we continue our linguistics lesson here. Of course, Ryan doing some Spanish, George refusing to do Afrikaans. Stewie could come in and do some German for us at some point, at some stage. So, you know, we do have the ability to switch up. I could bring Stewie in and pretend that it's me, really, to do our to do the German side of things. Just looking at Zeki here in that Lamborghini, doing a big drift out to barbecue and will contact with the front end of his car onto that wall. Woo!
No.
No.
Oh no.
These Lamborghini drivers.
No, with stewards.
Yeah, I don't think the stewards would be too impressed by that rejoin coming out, taking another car out as well.
No.
So the ambitious but rubbish rejoin. And the number 23 and 23rd.
The fact you've managed to use that name, stroke that into a sentence, I tip my hat to you there, George. It's a bit too early in the morning for me to be doing that.
I mean, not too early for you to be doing Spanish. The chat being a little bit upset that I'm not going to attempt a lap in Afrikaans.
Are you gonna? I mean, I'm disappointed you didn't do the South African national anthem before the race. But that would have been very fitting considering the scale of this event.
We're trying to keep sponsors happy, not lose sponsors. That's kind of the name of the game here.
Is that why you made me speak Spanish?
Yes, because now we can tell them that we offered a bit of commentary in multiple languages at some point, and if they listen back to it, they'll find your little bit to be quite interesting. Would not be the same way with
2-minute sequence in the space of a 24-hour stream.
The best that I can do for myself is Giamax, and you can just see how horrible my G sounds are in Afrikaans. So for all you guys asking for that to happen, it certainly mustn't.
I mean, you did teach me the corner names at Kyalami. Rather well. You were quite proud of my ability to say the Kyalami corner names.
Well, you know what? I will get Greg Maloney to do a lap in Afrikaans when he jumps back in for the Afrikaans viewers, because I know that Greg will be able to deliver, and he won't make us South Africans all look like me, who can only speak English. So I'll let Greg take the reins of that, and I promise you, Afrikaans viewers and Afrikaans fans in the chat, Greg Maloney will deliver on that, and you guys can hold me to it.
I like this. Forcing people to commit to something while they're not even here to defend their position. Absolutely incredible. But back out on the track, whilst all the Spanish and Afrikaans talk is going on, Michael Kachoglu is just going along. He does speak English. He probably also speaks a bit of French as well, being Canadian. Probably did French at some point during his childhood. But the Sidemax Motorworks team just charging on at this point, just trying to get to the end of the race. And as the hours keep going on, George, as the laps keep ticking down, I do wonder to myself, are we going to see Malinowski in that car at any point?
I mean, it's something that we have to see. They have to try and do it, otherwise their entry is going to get disqualified. As far as I know, minimum of 1 lap needs to be completed by the participants of the team. So we're going to have to see Malinowski coming into it, and I mean we didn't keep an eye on things whilst we were asleep, and we haven't had an update yet to know if he has had that lap. So I think once Killian gives us some feedback, maybe he'll be able to let us know when they are going to sort of plan that out. Of course, they've got a big buffer coming in. Their driver, when on the circuit, can't actually see other vehicles, so some very intermittent issues coming through to the server, and for them, that could be race ending. If they come into contact, they just need to time it out. So it's a little bit dangerous.
In the chat, people discussing that you should do an Afrikaans lap, considering you left South Africa behind. And Barry Mayer, I believe that is, saying that you've probably moved to the South African neighborhood in Wimbledon. I don't think you're in Wimbledon.
I'm not far from Wimbledon, though.
Yeah, you're not far from Wimbledon.
I'm one station. I'm one station away, to be honest, and I believe we've actually got Greg joining us in the box. He might be able to do an onboard lap in Afrikaans. Of course, we're handing over to Clark and Greg in a little bit, probably about 45 minutes or so. That will be for the final 2 hours. I'll be joining again for the last hour and just joining them in the box. But Greg, you're currently muted at the moment, so I'm not quite sure if you are ready to join us and do a little Afrikaans. Oh, there, Greg is here. Greg is here.
Hello, boys. How you doing?
Oh, good. Thank you, sir. You were up bright and early this morning and joining us here for a bit of fun.
Yeah, listen, I was busy making some toast, and I listened to the Spanish lap, which was pretty spectacular. And then, of course, the banter was all about, can we do one in Afrikaans? And I thought, no, I don't know if I can do one in Afrikaans, but hey, why not? Let's give it a go, You never know.
So we're gonna probably look for JC Krobler would be a good car to jump.
I just want to get my screen up because I can't get the stream up here.
Okay,
Not sure why. It says I'm watching, but I popped onto another planet window or something like that.
Okay, that's
Let me just
fine.
come out of that quickly.
We'll make sure that we've got an onboard set for you. I think the Arashi Racing number 100, a South African entry, would be a good car for us to take an onboard lap with. De Vet down in 12th place, also another car that we could have a look at. So once Greg has got himself set up, he will take us for an onboard in Afrikaans, and we said we'd deliver in multiple languages. We didn't promise
George,
it, but we said we'd attempt it.
I do love George just trying to get out of the Afrikaans pitfall trap by just getting someone else to do the lap.
Yeah, you see how that worked, Dave? You see how that worked?
I'm in a managerial role, trying to find the best fit for the position, and I think that it would only do the stream justice to have Greg do it rather than myself. So before you shoot shots at me, Rai, I'm just saying that we want viewers, we don't want to lose them, and we are tasking it out to people that are better fitted for it.
I mean, we've gained viewers over the past hour, so it's.
I've got Kobus Bester, Low Koorts, Willie de Beer, Gustav Liebenberg, Wesley Greiber, Philip Dupree, Johan van der Merwe, all Afrikaans guys probably watching in and listening, going, okay, here comes the Irishman who's about to attempt Afrikaans at South African 24-hour event at Kyalami. Should be pretty interesting.
So, Greg, are you set up and ready to attempt
I can give this an attempt. Yeah, why not? Let's have it a go. If we go on board here with JC, I'll take it from there. Wel, dames en heren, hier is op die Kyalami renbaan, hier so met die 24 ure van Kyalami. Dit is geborg deur die Pure Storage Company en ons het NEC Corporation, DataSciences Corporation, Oxide, Racing Club International, SuperMicro en AMD as ons borge van hierdie renbaan se races. Ons is alreeds hier op die renbaan en gaan deur die Jukskei en barbecue sweep aan die agterkant van hierdie races. Het Grobler bietjie van 'n moeilike tyd gehad eintlik en toe het hulle deur die veld van al 47 47 spanne wat op die racebaan gery het, en hulle is nou op die 4de posisie aan die renbaan. Hulle gaan op na Leeukop. Was 'n baie aantreklike plek waar Westbank die borg van hierdie baan was, 'n bietjie van omtrent 15 jaar of so terug. En nou gaan hulle down, that's a good one, Greg. Hulle gaan na Krokodille. Dis die laagste punt van die renbaan. En as hulle uitkom van Krokodille, gaan hulle na Cheetah toe. Dis 'n regterkantse draai. En die laaste draai van die renbaan, as ons ons gaan na die hulle gooi 'n little 'n bietjie van 'n misdaad hierso as hulle in die pits kom. En as hulle in die pits kom, gaan hulle moontlike verandering van die bestuurder in hierdie kar, maar 'n goeie lap van JC Krobler, daarso die enigste span van Suid-Afrika wat in die top 10 is.
Very nice, Greg. JC Krobler coming into the pits then to gooi bikkie petrolie.
Exactly.
Greg saying well done to himself halfway through that lap makes me feel a bit better about my muck-up earlier as well.
Yeah, exactly. You know, when I got down, a down would just not come to me in the Afrikaans language.
I was trying
Anyway,
to.
gentlemen,
I was trying to
I'll
just
catch you guys
before you go, Greg.
Mm.
I was trying to
No worries.
convince the YouTube chat that was actually me doing Afrikaans. And then when you said Greg, then you ruined my entire little foolery. But
dis al my fout. Skonings asseblief.
But
en
thanks, Greg.
verskonings aan al die Afrikaanse luisteraars en kykenaars wat ons hier op die 24 ure van Kyalami kyk uit. And a massive thanks to all of you for joining us as well. I'll be back a bit later on. Thanks, boys. Just have a bit of fun with you guys. I love the banter, so I couldn't resist coming to jump in.
Thanks, Greg. We'll see you in about looks like 40 minutes. So thank you very much for jumping in. That was a lot of fun. Ryan, we've delivered. We said that we would have some Afrikaans coming through. I know we kind of changed the way that we did it, but it doesn't matter. We had Greg do it, and we had it done and dusted. I know that will make a lot of the Afrikaans viewers smile inside. So good to have a little bit of fun out on the circuit, especially at this stage of the race where the gaps are quite big between a lot of the teams. You know, lots of timing that separates them out. And for them, it's probably going to be something, if they look back at the stream, thinking, oh, what are these guys doing? They're not focusing on our drive and our race, but we certainly have just been keeping an eye out to see if there's any action that we can just give feedback on. But I really did enjoy that little bit, that little stint.
If anyone joined the stream in the last 2 to 3 minutes, they'll probably think they've tuned into the Afrikaans the Afrikaans commentation of this race, as we do often see some races like SRO, for example, are broadcasted in both English and French. And fun fact for you, RCI races are also broadcast in English and French, if you didn't know that. But no French broadcast for the 24 hours of Kyalami here, with solidarity and in partnership with RaceFace as well. But yeah, it's quite amusing. Like I said, I feel a bit better from myself now. Knowing that Greg mucked up a word in his lap. But I have to say, it was great to hear. And of course, I haven't really heard Afrikaans much because you don't speak it. So it was that was my first taste of some raw Afrikaans, and I have to say it was incredible.
The viewers even giving me a bit of a tuning for the way that I say Afrikaans, because I'm just terrible at it, and I think I've only taught you the swear words in Afrikaans, which you're not allowed to repeat now. Just
Can I not
FYI.
say the word?
Please don't ever go that way when we're live on air.
It's the one word I know.
No, you're not allowed to go that way. Rai Gil, you're banned.
Well, actually,
you're not
I know
allowed.
the P word as well.
Not to stop. You're making me scared for what's going to come out. Stop. So we can actually pull in a driver from the South African entry in that number 100 Audi. Stefan Wessels is currently at the helm. But JC Grobler, the driver that we just did the onboard lap in Afrikaans with Greg with, is ready for an interview. So we could possibly get JC Grobler to come through when he's ready. I think he's actually in the interview room now.
He's knocking on the door now.
He is knocking on the door, so I will promptly drag him in. And the Arashi Racing number 100. If we could go over to their car whilst we talk about them. We've got Stefan Wessels at the helm. JC Grobler joins us in the box. How you doing, JC?
Morning, gentlemen. Knackered. There's no other word, just knackered.
You have to sound more excited, though, for our stream.
I mean, yo, it's been tough with 3 drivers, eh? I'm not gonna lie. If you were in our Discord, you wouldn't even think we're racing. The amount of rubbish we're talking just to stay awake. But yeah, no, it's been a good race, eh? We've been slowly but surely building up, so.
It's been a good race so far. Can you give us sort of a rundown where you started, how it's gone, sort of any issues that you've had, almost like a TLDR summary of the Arashi Racing number 100 Audi?
Okay. We started 5th. Stefan did a very good Super Pole lap for us. So we started 5th, but we were expecting rain. So I don't know if some of the other teams maybe have noticed that there's no wind and they changed last minute. But we just seem to not have the pace at the start. And we also messed up our tire temps a little bit. So we were struggling with that at the start, leaded a couple of positions. And yeah, we just slowly fought back. I think we fell down to 11th at a point in time. And then we just slowly fought back. When Brian got in the car at night, the car just woke up and he was pulling monster stints. So yeah, just I guess slow and steady wins a race.
So when it comes down to the checkered flag, 2 hours 33 minutes until we see that time. Realistic expectations, you're hoping to just hold on to this P4. Of course, you've got a big sort of gap out to Kyalami at this point in time. But is there any sort of worry that you might not be able to hold on to the 4th place?
Okay, we had a look at Kyalami. They pitted right before us. I think about 10 laps before us, if I'm not mistaken. So they have to do an additional 2 pit stops. We also have to do an additional 2 pit stops. So if all plays out, hope no incidents, everything should be fine. We should retain the position. We're pretty much in a bit of a empty space at the moment, not being contested from the back, and we can't contest for the 3rd position. So we've accepted our fate and we just want to bring the car home.
So just a little bit of sort of in the driver's eyes, so the viewers can also understand. What's it been like out on the circuit with the varying skill levels of the drivers and the teams?
I think I had to change my underwear like 7 times this race.
I mean, I'm proud of you for changing it that many times. I think that's just
it wasn't because I wanted to. It was because I needed to. It's been rough. And you get up to P20 and P21 fighting, and then you don't want to interfere, but you're faster, so you have to pick your gap to get past. It's difficult, and hats off to everybody that's still racing. It's just difficult. There's no other way to put it. It's difficult.
Was that sort of amplified at all in the nighttime? Did things become a little bit more treacherous when there was low visibility out on the circuit?
I'm thinking nighttime was actually better. Like, people started giving gaps and they weren't fighting that hard. I think everybody was just a bit extra cautious at night. So they don't want to have an off or anything of that sort. So at nighttime it was actually a bit better. But I'm expecting to see some fireworks in the last hour. We know last hour of endurance race normally gets rowdy.
For sure, it's always sort of this downtime where there's big gaps between teams. Guys have settled themselves in. They've just kind of got into their rhythm, and that last hour is the real push that comes through. Things start to get very exciting. Your car looking very pristine on the stream and the broadcast. Doesn't look like too much damage has taken place. Is that the case? Have you had to repair it, or has it just been a clean race?
first 2 stints, bit of argy-bargy with the start, like 4 seconds damage, 5 seconds damage. And then at the start of one of my stints, dropped the tire on the exit of the SS and I put it in the wall, about 10 seconds damage. But it wasn't too bad. We finished out, we still had some good pace with the damage, and from there it's been clean, no incidents.
So have you gone to repair the car between the driver swaps then when it has been damaged up?
Yeah, it's, in our opinion, it's better to repair the car because ACC's damage is kind of weird. You can sit with 5 seconds now and then get another 2 seconds, and just a small tap will push you over the edge where your suspension breaks. It's a bit weird in that aspect, so we're not taking chances, just resetting every stint and then, yeah, taking it from the word go. But the lads in the car they've done an amazing job. Like, honestly, I can't ask for better teammates.
I think there's a lot of proud South Africans that are out there. I think some of the times not even realizing in the commentary side that you guys were the front-running South African entry a lot of the time. So it's certainly good to see that you guys have managed to do this. We are going to see, Johan Grobler coming into contact then with that Porsche, and that's at the top of the hill and coming down towards Mineshaft. Very fast part of the track to find yourself off the circuit, and for the Bentley, that's not going to be good for the Hybrid Academy, going to possibly pick up a lot of damage from that. And they've done a good job to be here. But JC, back to you, just before we see the end of the race. Are you done and dusted with all your stints? No more driving?
I am done. I think, honestly, we have had, like, between Brian, Stefan, and myself, I think over the last 28 hours, we've had like 4 hours of sleep each. Bit of excitement, anticipation for the race build up, and then you don't want to go to sleep because you don't want to miss a thing. You don't want to see what happens, even if you're not driving. So we've taken like a power nap here or there, 30 minutes. So we're all pretty knackered. But yeah, we just want to bring the car home now, finish up, and yeah, I just want to say thanks to you guys, to Solidarity, and everybody on track. Actually, it's been a fun race so far.
Thanks, JC. Humble as always, and we appreciate the shout out and what you guys do for us, and we appreciate the feedback that comes through all the time. We wish you the best of luck. Ryan, anything you want to say to the Arashi Racing team and JC before we let him go back and get some well-deserved rest, which he won't do because he's going to keep one eye open watching his team?
I love that, the inability to look away from the race. But I mean, only thing from my part is, guys have done a great job so far, and obviously, like you said, the race hasn't worked out ideally for everyone, but you've always got to make the most of a bad situation. And I don't know, maybe we'll see your team pop over to the international side sometime soon.
We fully intend to. This is a newly formed team. We've never driven together as a team before. So, first time driving together as a team. So, we basically took this as a trial run, and we fully intend to partake in some international events.
Awesome.
Okay, guys, once again, thank you for all your efforts and your time. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, rest of the day.
Awesome. Thanks, JC. Thanks for popping by. And we continue with that race action. 2 hours, 26 minutes on the clock. The Pure Storage Kyalami 24-hour in partnership with RaceFace and Solidarity E-Race. This is going to be a very interesting finish for a lot of these teams. A lot of them just trying to get it to the line, get it across the checkered flag when that gets waved. And for the teams up at the front, of course, the Sidemax Motorworks cars, they've just been having the absolute time of their lives. Maybe not as interesting as they wanted to have it. GTWR, the team that was looking to put a little bit of a spanner in the works towards it. And at this stage of the race, it's kind of sad to say that they did drop out quite early on. They had some plagued issues, and we had Jordan Sherritt come in and talk to us last night, just give us some insight there. Wasn't able to really get that position, but it looks like Johan Grobler trying to chase down onto that number 11 Audi that is in front of them. He's got some backmark traffic first to deal with, and then he can start to make his way through to that battle for position. That will be for P6 that they're trying to get their hands on, and the Hybrid Academy team will be watching and cheering on, trying to motivate Johan Bego Grobler into getting this position done. So you can just see that Bentley trying to clear this backmarked traffic, and once that's done, then you can at least set your sights for the battle ahead.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about how much better it feels to when you can chase someone, when you can see the gap shrink down. The gap is 2 seconds at this point in time. And always going to be interesting to track along. And at this point in the race, George, less than 2.5 hours left, this is where your position on track starts to become a lot more relevant. This is when people start to get a bit more forceful, a bit more urgent when they're looking to make moves, because the reality of the situation is you don't really have that long of a way to go. I mean, yes, it's 2 hours 24 minutes, but the reality of the situation is it's quite a small chunk of time for what has been a very, very long race. And if you're going to be making up any places now to solidify your finishing position, you're going to be wanting to get a move on with them over the next 2 hours.
Time to get your car into gear, so to speak. And we saw Lexus struggling with that last night, didn't we? With their gearbox. And this time around, the Bentley Motorworks team here, of course, the Hybrid Academy trying to just get themselves up to P6. Not sure how that works on their pit stop strategies up against that number 11 entry, but they do have some padding out to the team sitting in 8th, so it's all to win and not much to lose at this phase. Of course, I say that with knowing that it can go very, very wrong. We've seen them having a collision with what would have been a backmarking Porsche at the time. And that's certainly going to impact their ability to take the fight out to cars on the circuit. Hoping that we do see some on-track battles towards the closing phase of the race. Greg Maloney and Clark King will be jumping back into the commentary box in just over 20 minutes. And then that is going to be the closing sort of commentary team until the very end. Ryan, you are off to do some endurance racing yourself, I believe.
Yes, Stewie and I will be packing our bags and departing full Bathurst from Kyalami. We'll be heading over to Australia, and we're going to be racing in the 6 hours of Bathurst, courtesy of CHSR, Chris Hayes Sim Racing Community, for their CHSR Endurance Championship Season 2. And obviously, you already know this, George, but I'm pretty sure you want me to say it out loud just so you can hear it again, that we are teamed up in your favourite car, the Porsche.
I've happened to see your entry for it as well. It's a splendid car. It's a good choice.
You like it?
I hope my White Rabbit Gaming Academy team is listening to me when I say that I approve your car choice.
Well, the car choice kind of went like this. I was going to drive with, originally I was supposed to drive, I think, with Fabian Schroenberger and Mikhail Sundström, but I think there was a bit of miscommunication there between the team composition, and I eventually got thrown Billy Octane's way for Triple R, and but then he didn't want to drive a GT4 car, so Harry Conway also didn't want to drive a Porsche with Stewie. And I will say that out on stream. I'll call him out on that, because he was very adamant about not wanting to drive the Porsche at Spa. And, it kind of ended up that I said, okay, well, if you don't want to drive with Stewie, I'll drive with Stewie. So I got put with Stewie, and then I said to Stewie, so what car are we in? And he kind of just gave me the smug-faced emoji, and I was like, okay, yeah, we're in the Porsche, I get it. So that's kind of how the car choice went. But you know what? It's a new challenge. I've never done competitive racing in the Porsche before, and it's another one to add to my collection. Should we say? I think I've done a competitive racing series in every car except the Mercedes and the Lexus, if I remember correctly. So ticking them off the list, and the Porsche is, of course, up next. And RCI Motorsport will have a broadcast of the RCI teams competing in that race. I believe we have 7 RCI teams racing in that 6-hour race across 3 different classes as well. So if anyone is interested to see how the RCI Motorsport teams do, you can catch that on RCI TV later today. This is a replay of Taryn Francis, the number 42, 36th place at this moment in time, coming around barbecue, getting out wide, and oh no. Oh dear. And facing the wrong way as well.
That's a big shunt. The PWSR Porsche running into the back end of the MNR entry there. The number 42, obviously just a little bit slow out of the exit there, but yeah, that's an unfortunate circumstance coming down. I believe Kieran Patterson driving that 101 and not really anticipating the slow speed of that Aston Martin. Stuart's possibly looking into those kind of things, and oh, now we get a nice little look here with the 158 Bentley of Emmanuel going onto the back end of that 666 Audi. They are going to roll up side by side up to the top of Leocorp. Going to try it round at the outside. Inside line will stay the Audi, so going to have a shorter way to go through here. So this is a battle for that 9th place spot. Currently the 666 just apexed the top of Leocorp perfectly. Managed to hold on, just hold their nerve. Space was given. The 158 going to try again around the outside, coming down into Crocodile. Going to try and cut back onto the inside line, but very good drive coming out from the BBR Racing 666 as they make their way through Cheetah. Both of them missing that inside apex curve. And okay, Cardinali just realizing that they were going to go into the pits regardless, so they're going to jump in, and that's going to just put that battle on ice for a little bit longer.
So the IDA Pro Esports team into the pit lane. As we continue now onto another Bentley. It's Johan Grobler in the 404, still chasing down the number 11 Audi. 1.1 seconds between the two of them. And closing in on that 6th place position. And as we've just been communicating in the background about the broadcaster switch, or commentary team switch rather, happening in just about 17-18 minutes time. We have been told, George, that we should start considering candidates for driver of the race. And there's probably a few out here today that could fit that role. I don't think that's going to be a particularly easy one to hand out.
No, that is going to be a bit of a difficult decision for sure. I think that's going to take a couple of votes coming in from the comms members all together to see who they feel comes forward. Do you have anyone in mind on your end that you would probably elect forward for it?
I mean, I might sound a bit biased, but I think one of the Sidemax 96 guys probably does deserve a shout out. Either Killian Ryan Meenan or Michael Kundachoglu. I mean, both of them, like Killian said, for the last 15 hours have had to soldier on, just the two of them. And it's quite incredible that despite all the fatigue that they're probably going through, just the two of them having to carry the team at the moment, as Malinowski, unfortunately can't drive, and George Boothby is unavailable for the rest of the race as of quite a few hours ago. I think those two are definitely within a shout. I think even though their car is retired, I think the GTWR team, a couple of their drivers probably in for a shout of it as well. They did very, very well to lead the race for as long as they did before their team encountered issues. And some of the other local teams as well, George, that I'm sure that you can probably think of who deserve a driver of the day, as we see the IDA Pro Esports team pick up a drive-through penalty.
I think there's been a couple of good drives coming out. I think the Arashi Racing team, they've had a good showing on the circuits. I think the Hybrid Academy team has also had a particularly good progress through the field. But that's obviously from the South African side. I think those two teams just standing out from my point of view to come through. I think it would be a disservice to not sort of highlight, like you said, what the SideMax teams have done for that number 97. They've kind of made their way back up through the field and also just got themselves into a prime points-paying position and a prize pool that they would have wanted to get their hands on. So it's a difficult question to kind of pose, and I don't really like to be the person to make those kind of decisions, but I'd certainly add my name into the hat and see what gets considered.
Yeah, so many drivers today doing such a good job, and of course that's not to discredit anyone else who has participated in this race as well. We have 37 teams still going in this race, and each and every one of them deserves praise for committing to this race and seeing it through to the end. Some of the teams haven't been able to, some through no fault of their own, some deciding to park the car after multiple reported issues that just wouldn't resolve themselves throughout the course of the race. But plenty of heroes in a lot of people's hearts here today as the 888 Ferrari goes for a spin at turn 2, and that's not the first time we've seen a car facing backwards at turn 2, and it's also not the first time that we've had to see a car wait for traffic to clear itself before it rejoins onto the circuit. But the 888 have got themselves back on the circuit and down in 37th position, but still going, George.
Still going indeed. A very dirty 888 as Vivian Richards at the helm of that Maranello Motorsport entry. And for them, just trying to get to the end of the race is going to be a victory in itself. Of course, currently sitting in 37th place, the last remaining team of the teams that haven't had technical difficulties that have meant that they've ended the race. So, it's still positions made up compared to the entry list that started out. Johan Grobler now on at the back end of that number 11. The Rigoli EGA team, of course, doing a good job themselves in that number 11 Audi to keep themselves up here. But for the Hybrid Academy, the chase is on. They wanted to get themselves into P6 and certainly putting every effort in to try and get their way up there. And we'll jump on board then with Johan Grobler in that 404 as he makes his way through the right-hander of Sunset. You can just see that number 11 in front in his sights, and the Jaws music closing down for Ricky in that Audi as he feels the pressure from the big Bentley coming down.
Feeling the pressure for sure. And like I said, at this stage in the race, this is where drivers will start fighting for positions a lot more seriously than they probably did over the last 22 hours. Race replay here. This is the 777 up the inside of the 969. Bit of contact there, making the overtake, and I'm sure that the stewards will have a little bit of a look into that one. Contact with overtake. Never great to see. But I'm sure, well, definitely not as severe as some of the incidents we have seen today. But back to the live scenes. Johan Grobler continues his pursuit of Richie in the number 11. And looking to put a second Bentley. I was going to say into the top 5, but it's actually into the top 6 at this point in time. But the Bentley's doing well in the later stage of this race, and that kind of reinforces a point that we made, what was it, George, about 18, 17 hours ago when you asked me the question of, is the Bentley a good endurance car?
I was going to touch on that at some point. We did say that when it comes down to endurance races, we've seen these Bentleys performing and doing a good job in our sim racing scene. And if you look at that top 10, you can just see that they are featured up there. It wasn't the case when things were starting out. The Super Pole quali and the hot lap side wasn't the way that things were going to start like that. And it's certainly looking like towards the end of things, that's the way it's going to go. I said that I didn't really like the Bentley that much, and I've been swayed. I've become a bit of a Bentley fan. Not enough to take me away from my favorite manufacturer, the Porsche, but certainly been impressed by the endurance level that this car can deliver. And Taron Francis just having to get out of the way there, and gonna have to park it up on the outside of Ingwe, and I think looping it round on that left-hander and then getting into a bit of a spot of bother. Just looks like the wheel lock completely pointing to the right direction. So Darren Francis in that number 42. You can see, look at the wheel inputs here, tracking just slightly wrong, having to steer right to stay in a straight line, and that's going to be a danger coming down. Probably just trying to manage the car to the final pit stop and swap out the drivers.
Yeah, but you can see the damage obviously on that car with the steering, and it's always horrible when you've damaged the car to the point where the steering isn't quite right, and you can see that quite clearly there. And it's horrible when you have to do the entire lap with a car like this. It really, really does hamper your race. It's probably the worst place to have an accident is after the pit entry.
Got to go all the way back round again before you're able to go into the pit box. So it'll be interesting to see if the number 42 does indeed come into the pit box. Going to be very slow out on the circuit for the other cars to navigate, as they will make their way around the circuit through the S's, just taking it nice and easy, not looking to overcook it. And we will see the likes of Trevor Anderson coming up onto the back end of that Aston Martin. You can just see at the top of Leocorp there, the Aston peeling off into the gravel. Couldn't get the car turned in, and just trying to stay on the outside apex to stay as predictable as possible, but certainly in a dangerous position to be as they make their way now down the hill through Mineshaft, almost approaching the pit entry. I think would be a good time to possibly go in and serve out that repair job that is well needed on that Aston Martin.
Penalty out for the number 64. I was just producer in my area just saying exactly what I was thinking. That is a rejoined car, number 64. As far as I was aware, that car had retired, but that car is rejoined, and it's got a quite a large penalty to boot as well, and the car now gone from the list, so we do return to 37 cars. Maybe just bringing the car out of the garage, thinking, repaired it, driver's motivated to go again, and then maybe seeing the penalty and thinking, maybe not. Either way, continue onwards. The All-In Racing number 88. Continuing onwards, of course, the sister car for All-In Racing. The 367 up in third place. It'd be good for both of those cars to finish in the top 10. Very good performance from the All-In Racing team so far.
Very good performance from them, just keeping themselves inside that top 10. And, when the clock is done and all said is done, it's, I think for the number 88, they've got about 3 seconds then, as we see the timing sheet updates, up the road from that 520 Aston Martin, should I say. Just going to make their way through traffic in front of them as they try and get past the number 11, or the number 11 has actually gotten past them earlier on, just due to different timing sheets and timing updates from the pit stops. But their next battle then for this car that we're looking at now, the All-In Racing team, will be up against that number 520 Aston Martin, Ryan Barrington-Smith at the wheels of it at the moment, and doing a good job at just keeping that gap between them at around 3 seconds. So need to find a little bit more pace, does the 88, and then perhaps we'll see another on-track battle. We'll get an update on the timing sheet. A 10th taken out after the update as he crosses over the timing line. So for Alexander Reinhardt, certainly some opportunities to maybe get an extra spot here before the closing phase of the race.
And that's what a lot of these teams will be looking at. What places can they make up in the closing phase of the race? A few of these guys obviously a few laps down or a few laps ahead of people around them. But for some of the guys further towards the front of the grid, they do have gaps that can be closed, that can be caught up to. And of course, they will be looking at those gaps with the intention of either retaining whatever position they're in or taking another position from a driver ahead of them. And as we reach the 22nd, or the end of the 22nd hour, should I say, the South African commentary team will continue onwards, and they will be in until the end of the race. And George, it's been a pleasure to come here and commentate on this race. I mean, we've already documented that the race has had its fair share of issues. Plenty of teams have had their fair share of issues as well. But you know what? Over the last 24 hours, I can't think of many better places to have spent.
Totally agree with you, Ryan. It's been a fun time out here on the circuit with you, and I can only just thank you for coming out and spending all the time you have with me. It's been plenty of fun out on the circuit, and Greg will be joining in very shortly as we finish off the race. Not sure if Clark is coming back in again. I don't know if we had scheduled him to come through, but I certainly know that Greg will be coming in. Oh, Greg is here already. He's barged into the box, and Greg Maloney joining us in here. Just under 3 minutes to go.
Is not to take over the last part of your commentary, but just to say to you guys, don't forget that we need some kind of insight from both you and Ryan. And if we've still got our two American boys listening in too, I did mention it and send it on the chat to say there is a drive of the day or drive of the race is up for grabs. It's a R1,000 prize fund that has been put together with the 24,000 Rand full prize fund for the 24-hour endurance race here on our sim world. But I need some insight from you guys. I need you to start thinking about who you think the drive of the day or drive of the race would have gone to. There's a whole bunch of factors that'll be brought in. Of course, you can look at the lead car only going down to 2 drivers, and would that be good enough, or is their win good enough to make it the triple? That's a big factor. The impressive drive from the South African team, who of course are going to get the best place South African team anyway. We're going to chat to them. You've already chatted to some of them too. Is it possibly guys that started so far back that have ended up in the top 10? So just a little insight from you guys. It doesn't need to be broadcast just yet, but maybe just put into the chat as to who you think the drive of the day would have gone to. That also comes from Stewie, from Nick, and from Mike, to sort of give us an insight as to what they think the drive of the day would be, and then we'll sort of take the average of everybody's comments and go with a sort of a team that deserves that extra R1,000 prize money.
Thanks for that, Greg. Certainly going to be considering it up. I know that we are going to have a broadcaster switch coming into the last phase of the race. Our broadcast at the moment, Stewie, doing a great job, but has to be off to do some endurance racing of his own. And then Nick Setnick from the American team will come over and round out the last closing 2 hours of this. So we're just waiting for confirmation from Nick that he's available. And of course, then we'll do the handover and starting to put our thinking caps on for who that drive of the day goes to. I think teams that want to be considered, I'm open to bribery and corruption. If you want my PayPal details, I can send them to... Sorry, I was selling out.
No shame on this stream. No shame.
Exactly. I can send my bank details too. I don't have a PayPal account, but I'll send that bank details.
It must be a South African thing,
It's a South African thing.
I thought the British were meant to be corrupt.
Well, we've got a thing for you, Ryan. We've got a thing for you. But we're just
I can
kidding.
teach you a few things, Ryan.
We're not taking bribes. Greg's not taking bribes, but I'm still doing it, so you can hit me up. But no, we're waiting to do that commentary switch, and then we'll get into the last 2 hours here today. Greg, I'm gonna have to leave you on your lonesome for just a little bit while I sort things out.
You go and do whatever you need to do. I just want to say as well, I don't know if I get a chance to once again to Ryan. That's the other reason I jumped in. Phenomenal working with you, buddy, and thank you so much for the insight that you've brought from your side of things. The experience that you've had in various forms of sim racing is well noticed and has been applauded on various levels on all of the social media that we've put out, and also from our background team as well. Both you and George together are a very seasoned team. I can see that you guys love it, as we're seeing a little bit of seasoning out on the circuit. Francois Erasmus getting a bit out of shape. And that was a race replay of his little mistake coming out of Sunset. Hitting that inside wall. It's close to 200 k's an hour in these cars, so that's a big incident that could possibly have spoilt the end of his race. And I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of damage on that Aston Martin. But continuing on what I said, from my side, Ryan, absolute honor and privilege to have you as part of the team, buddy. And we look forward to doing more of these events in the near future, as well as into the future with you and the team over there.
Thank you very much, Greg. It's always great to be here. I mean, I started getting involved in RaceFace, just about 7 months ago now, with George inviting me in. He was commentating races on his own, and I said to him, "Man, you can't be doing this for 90 minutes on your own." So he invited me in, and I love to do it. I do it as a hobby. I do it because I enjoy it, and it's always nice to to hear people say, you do a good job, you're not too bad, and fills me full of confidence to potentially pursue something like that in the real world in the future as well. But it's been great to be here, and of course, whenever RaceFace is interested in hosting another endurance race, whether it be 24 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours, whatever, I'm definitely up for coming back and doing some more.
So I'll just say one more thing to you. From an Afrikaans side of things, buy a donkey, and then for your side of things, gracias, signore.
Oh, is that what buy a donkey actually means?
Yes, that doesn't mean actually go and buy a donkey. It's just thank you in Afrikaans.
Got you. So you learn new things every day. And we're looking at Sean Mumford at the moment from White Rabbit Gaming Academy in the Not a Porsche, but also doing well on track for 23rd place. Going to be very proud of that. I'm proud of them. Up towards the front of the order. We've not seen too much change from the Sidemax Motorworks teams. But we have seen some battles going down for some of those top 10 spots. Ryan Barrington-Smith currently trying to chase down onto the back of Reynard. Reynard getting through in that number 88 Bentley, so getting that work done. And some nice battles hopefully going to brew up for the closing phase of this race, Greg.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking forward to them. So a massive thanks to you guys for an incredible job that you've done throughout the evening. I know you're going to join me for the last hour or so. I'm looking forward to that, GMAX. And once again, from my side, it's absolutely brilliant to listen to you guys. As I said, I've been listening all through the night to both our European and the American feeds that have been coming through. The team behind the scenes has been top class. And, of course, the voices up front have been incredible as well. So, I look forward to you joining me in a couple of minutes' time.
Perfect. I'm going to just make sure we've got everything sorted out for our winning procedure. Make sure we can get the interview set up for the teams that we want to hear from. And that's important to be able to hear from them. So I'll put that all into place and then join you for the last hour. And once we get the go-ahead from Nick, we'll just drop down to an onboard for a little bit and make the comment, or the broadcaster switch, should I say. And then Ryan Gill, Mr. Rai, the name that I gave him a little while ago, the nickname that stuck, is going to be off to race along with our current broadcaster, Stewie. Good luck to them for their endurance stint. Going to be rooting for the Racing Club International team. So it's cool to have a team of not just, we're all broadcasters and commentators by passion, but also doing some entries together, racing together, building some camaraderie.
fantastic to have a team like that, and now just waiting for, of course, Nick to join us. He is in the commentary box with us, so I'm just going to wait for that broadcast to change, and he'll give us the heads up as to when we can take over officially. But as I said, once again, a massive thanks there to Ryan Gill and to George G. Max for taking us through the last couple of hours. George will join us once again as he gets into the last part of the race with me. I also want to send a shout out to our youngest commentator this afternoon and this evening and this morning and all through the last 24 hours. That's young Clark King. Incredible job done by the youngster, and he's looking forward, of course, to doing more of these things with us on the Solidarity e-races that we put together in events like this, as well as live at race circuits around the country and on some live stream commentary with yours truly. So a great effort there from him. He's going to enjoy the morning with his mom Diane, and we wish her all the very best, and of course all the moms in the house and watching us on our live stream, if there are any out there, a massive happy Mother's Day to all of you. Watching the action out on circuit at the moment, Ryan Barrington-Smith piloting the number 520 Aston Martin, and Logistical Nightmare have had some nightmares of their own throughout the race. They've definitely had some problems here and there. Here's a little bit of action replay of Matt Densham coming up close and personal with one of the racing green Aston Martins. And I think, that was not intentional. Fortunately, just a little tag between the two of them. Back live here, and Densham back into the thick of it again. The 76 car, of course, is teammate to Steve Koenig, who is also one of the South African commentators. We're on board at the moment with our leading car. And actually got to hear the interview and a little chat that they had between our two European and UK-based commentators, saying that Ryan Meaden was absolutely toast and probably couldn't hang on for any longer. So he's given the final race duties here to Michael to take it to the line. Hour and 53 minutes still to go, which means there's still a lot of racing to happen. And with a 3-lap lead over their teammates, shouldn't be too difficult for him, as long as he remains out of harm's way and out of trouble out on the circuit. 771 laps completed with an hour and 53 minutes still to go. And a battle still on, possibly in the sort of lower parts of the top 10, middle parts of the top 20, and some in the sort of 20 to 30s as well, where guys are up close and personal into the last hour and 53 minutes. But in terms of those, okay, we're going to quickly do to the broadcaster switch, so stand by. We're going to stay on board here with our lead car, and I'll be back shortly with some more commentary.